Order, honorable members. I would like to remind honorable members that they can only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. The question before the House is that the motion as moved by the Honorable the Chief Whip of the Majority Party be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the motion should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Honorable members, the results of the division are as follows. Yes, 300, no, 15, and there are no abstentions, and therefore the motion has been carried. Honorable members, before I proceed, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the gallery of the Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Arab Republic of Egypt, His Excellency Dr. Ali Abd Al, and the Egyptian parliamentary delegation. Honorable members, you are welcome. We now come to the second motion on the order paper, which is also in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. The Honorable the Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we move that this House, notwithstanding Rule 29, which again provides for the sequence of proceedings, resolve that on Tuesday, the 17th May 2016, the sequence of proceedings will be reflected on the order paper as agreed to by the Programming Committee. Thank you. I so move.
Are there any objections? Yes, Honorable Ndlozi.
Speaker, Parliament can't be about adopting budgets and listening to Mr. Zuma only. We've been to communities, motions,
Honorable
and all those things
Ndlozi,
allow us
do
to
you
speak
have
to
an
issues of
objection
motions.
to the motion as moved?
I'm going there.
No, don't go there.
I must return from there.
No, get straight to the point because I want to proceed with the business of the House.
So, Honorable Speaker, all we're saying is we're suspending it today. Why suspend it again every time Mr. Zuma comes? When is
Honorable
he going to hear the
Ndlozi,
issues of communities
Honorable
that
Ndlozi,
we have attended and that we are every time he's in Parliament?
Honorable
no
Ndlozi, please
motions,
take your
no
seat.
member. So we object. Please register that the EFF objects.
The EFF objects and we should register that. If there are no other objections, honorable members,
But you can't suspend all the time.
having noted the objections of the EFF and there are no other objections, the motion is agreed to.
No. Speaker. Speaker.
Honorable Shibambu.
In terms of the procedure, you must put it again. We're calling for division of the House. Because we cannot agree on Parliament just ignoring a
You
very
want to call
important
for a
component
division?
of this
It's
parliamentary
okay,
process.
take your seat, Honorable Shibambu.
Let's ring the bells for 5 minutes.
Honorable members, the EFF having called for a division, I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it.
We're calling for a division, Speaker. We want to vote.
The bells will
Like
be
we're
rung
going to
for
do
1
in Nelson
minute.
Mandela.
The bells will be rung for 1 minute. Are you done? No, I'm checking whether the 1 minute is over. Again, honorable members, I would like to remind you that you may only vote from your allocated seats. When requested to do so, please simply indicate your vote by pressing the appropriate button, either the yes, no, or abstain signs. And if you inadvertently press the wrong button, press the correct one, and we will recognize the last one pressed. The question before the House is that the motion as presented by the Chief Whip be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the motion should press the yes button. Those against, press the no button. Those wishing to abstain, press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honorable members, the results are as follows. The yes, 305. The no, 16. And there are no abstentions. And so the motion has been agreed to. Honorable members, the Secretary will read the order of the day.
Madam Speaker,
Honorable Gadi,
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise in terms of Rule 104. We have written a letter to your good office in relation to the presence of Mr. Zuma, who has been found by the Constitutional Court to have been in breach of his office, failed to respect, defend, and uphold the Constitution. No sooner than that, the court set aside his previous issues of the 783 charges of corruption. Is it parliamentary and constitutional that this very important revolutionary house should be addressed by a man who has been found in 2 courts to be wanting? And accordingly, we request the Speaker to open the matter for debate now, because it is a matter of importance, and then we vote, we have a motion in that regard. And so we move, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, just before 1 this afternoon, I did indeed receive a letter from the Honorable Shibambu. And in the letter, he asked that the president not be allowed to speak in the National Assembly. His motivation is that the president has violated the Constitution and Parliament has not taken action. He also asked that prior to the budget vote presentation, he should be allowed to move a motion on the suitability of the president. Honorable members, Parliament has systems, and one of those systems is that you have a program which is processed by the relevant structures of Parliament involving the political parties, including the EFF. In terms of this program, this afternoon, the Assembly is due to debate the presidency budget vote. Secondly, in terms of the Constitution, the President is elected by Parliament and can also be removed, indeed, from office by Parliament. This can be done in terms of either Section 89 or Section 102 of the Constitution. On the 5th April, this House considered a motion for the removal of the President. As we all know, the motion did not succeed. There is therefore no basis in law or in terms of the rules for the President not to be allowed to speak in this House today and for as long as he is the President of the Republic. The request by the Honorable Shibambu, as contained in my letter of response to Honorable Shibambu, is accordingly declined.
Speaker,
Honorable Shibambu,
I want to bring your attention to Rule 5 of the Rules of the National Assembly. It says, when the President of the Republic takes his or her seat in a chamber, these rules shall apply to him or her as they apply to a minister. Now, there's prima facie evidence that the President has violated the Constitution. He has failed to uphold and defend the Constitution. And it's our obligation as Parliament to take him through a process. You do not have a legal basis to reject our intervention that Jacob Zuma must be subjected to a disciplinary process. And that is what we must be doing, because prima facie has violated the Constitution. We cannot allow an illegitimate president to speak here as if nothing has happened. We cannot be addressed by a person who is facing corruption charges, undermines the Constitution. He must not speak here. He can go and speak somewhere in ANC meetings, but not in this parliament. We are again undermining the stature of this parliament. If we allow Jacob Zuma to speak here, we cannot allow such to happen here today. It's against the law to allow an illegitimate person to address this assembly when it's undermining the constitution. So let us move in the fashion that Jacob Zuma can speak today, and then we'll proceed like
Honorable
that.
Shibambu, I've been exercising a lot of patience with you. I have written back to you not only in response to today's letter, but to your earlier letter where you were requesting that Parliament embarks on a disciplinary process. I have responded to you on that matter, Honorable Shibambu. And therefore, I am saying to you, Honorable Shibambu, there is no basis for us, for this House, not to allow the President to speak. Honorable Chief Whip,
Madam Speaker,
I have recognized the Chief Whip.
Madam Speaker, in support of the response to the EFF that you have just sent, Rule 95 of our rules says that no matter shall be proposed for discussion in this House, which is the same in substance as a matter that has been discussed in it during the same session. The rule continues, Madam Speaker, and says that no draft resolution shall be moved in this House, which is the same in substance as a draft resolution which has been approved or rejected by it during the same session. The order, resolution, or vote on such previous draft resolution may be amended or rescinded. Therefore, Madam Speaker, we are in full agreement with the assertion that you have made, that the matter came before this House and it was debated in this House, and the motion to remove the President in terms of Section 89 of the Constitution was indeed defeated in this House. It cannot then serve again in this House. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Gadi,
Thank you very
I really would not like to allow you to speak, and I prevail on you to take your seat so that we can proceed with the business as agreed for this afternoon.
Madam Speaker,
Honorable
you will definitely proceed with your sitting today, but it is in the best interest of the nation,
Honorable Gadi,
including your nation, international
I would
guests,
like you to
that,
take your seat. That's what I would like you to do.
Much as I want to oblige with your instruction that I take my seat, Madam Speaker, it is in the best
Honorable
interest
Gadi,
of this
please
country
take
that
your seat.
you listen to us and engage on this
I have
matter
been
of
listening to
national
you,
interest.
Honorable Gadi, and I'm saying at this point, I believe we have really accommodated you, we have responded to you, and would now like to proceed with the business of the House.
On a point of order. On a point of order.
What is the point of order, Honorable Josie?
Speaker.
Honorable Steenhuisen, please take your seat.
Speaker, the point of order is that you and the deputy, firstly, is that the Chief Whip is abusing us. He's quoting an irrelevant section of the rules upon which you must base your ruling. This is not the same session. That rule is talking about sessions, not sittings. There's a fundamental distinction. So we're talking about sessions, and this is a different session. We're appealing. We did not procedurally come to this House and ask Mr. Jacob Zuma to go break the Constitution. We could not go to a programming committee and ask to program that President must go and break the Constitution. We couldn't do that.
Honorable
You must at least put it to the House.
You are now abusing the House.
No, you must at least put it to the House. That's my point of order.
No,
you must at least put it to the House whether our motion must be heard or not.
No, Honorable.
That is how a democracy works.
Honorable Dozie.
We can't be addressed by a person who breaks the... We're going to debate giving him money today. In our right conscience, we're going to debate whether He must get money or
Honorable
not
Ndlozi.
when he's facing 700 and something
Honorable
charges of
Ndlozi.
corruption.
Honorable Ndlozi,
Can you put
know the
the
channels that
motion
you
to the
must follow.
House?
Honorable Ndlozi, you know the channels that you must follow to put a substantive motion if you want to pursue any of the issues you are raising. Honorable
Speaker.
Steenhuisen.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to address you in terms of Rule 70, if I may. Madam Speaker, may I proceed? Madam Speaker, we come at this from a slightly different angle. We believe as well that President Jacob Zuma has violated the Constitution in his oath of office. It's very clear in the Mogoeng judgment, the unanimous judgment at 89, that the President failed to uphold, defend, and respect the Constitution as the supreme law of the land. And this failure is manifest from the substantial disregard for the remedial action taken against him. Our view, however, is that this House is responsible in terms of Section 42(3) and 55(2)(b) of the Constitution of overseeing executive action. We would like to then say that we indeed do want to hear from the President today, and we would like him to start by apologizing to the people of South Africa for violating the Constitution. And we would like to hear from him what he intends to do to ensure that his cabinet meets their responsibilities to be accountable to this House, which they have completely ignored. And thirdly, we'd like to hear how he's going to get out of the mess of the 783 criminal charges that exist against him. He can't do that, and he can't account to this House if he's not able to come up here and speak. So we would like you to allow him to speak, but we would like him to commence his address by answering those three very important questions, and we would then like him to offer this House an explanation why he has gone out of his way to undermine the authority of this House, undermine the Constitution, undermine the public protector, and undermine the judiciary. These are important questions that President needs to account for in this House. This is the primary arena of executive accountability, and he must account.
Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the matter before the House, which you raised earlier on, is an application made in terms of Rule 104, a matter of urgent public importance. Now, you quite rightly said to us that you considered the matter and the matter will not be debated here today. Now, Honorable Speaker, you did say that you received the application just before 1 p.m. The rules quite clearly state that a request shall be made to the Speaker before 12 on the days on which this House sits. If it was before 12, that's well and good. But secondly, Madam Speaker, you are not obliged to inform this House that you have declined the request. All you are obliged to do in terms of Rule 104(3), and I want to read that rule, is if the Speaker grants the request, the presiding officer shall announce it in this House, and debate on the matter shall stand over until the time appointed by the presiding officer. You've gone a step further by telling us that you've declined the request. We believe that the vote one should proceed, and there will be issues that we raise regarding the Mogoeng judgment, but we will do that in the debate, and we believe the Honorable President should be given an opportunity to also respond to what has been said in the Constitutional Court. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Singh. Honorable members, on that note, I now proceed
Speaker.
to the budget debate vote
Speaker,
one.
just one last thing.
And no, Honorable Ndlozi.
No, but
Honorable
the
Ndlozi, I have not
hypocrisy of
recognized
these
you.
honorable members
I have not recognized you,
who are
Honorable
called the
Ndlozi.
TA,
I have
who are
not
saying an
recognized you.
illegitimate person who has broken an oath
Honorable
of office
Ndlozi,
must be allowed to speak
leave
here.
the chamber,
The
Honorable
people of
Ndlozi.
South Africa must know. Leave how?
Honorable
Leave how?
Ndlozi,
Have I
leave the
broken my
chamber.
oath of office?
Point of order.
Have I broken my oath of
Sergeant
office?
at Arms,
Order,
please.
Speaker.
How do you say I must leave the
Honorable
house? Have I
Ndlozi, leave
broken
the
my
chamber.
oath of office?
Order.
A person breaks the oath of
Honorable
office, you don't order
Sergeant
him
at
to leave
Arms.
the house.
Where's the
I
sergeant
am
at
telling
arms?
you that he has broken the oath of office.
assist him
The
to go.
person who must leave the house is
The
Jacob
person who
Zuma.
must leave the house
must leave the
is
house.
Jacob Zuma. He has broken
person who
his
must leave
oath
the house
of
is Jacob
office.
Zuma.
He has
must
no
leave this
honor. His word cannot stand here.
Zuma, leave
How
the
do
house.
you sell out like
The
this?
house to
You are morally bankrupt.
Sellouts.
You must leave the house.
How do you allow to be addressed by a person who
You want us to listen to a bankrupt moral person.
How do you do that?
Honorable members of the EF,
Oath of office is everything.
I have directed
How
you
do we
to leave
respect
the
you
chamber.
when you endorse broken an oath of office?
Speaker.
Oath of office, Honorable Balekambe.
Honorable members,
Oath
Are
of
willing
office.
to break
honorable members of the EFF, leave the chamber.
But what did I do, Madam Speaker?
Speaker,
You are an embarrassment
switch off the
to
mic.
yourself, even to your party. How do you worship Jacob Zuma like that?
Honorable
A thief
Shibambu,
like that?
can you
No,
leave the
You are
chamber?
an embarrassment.
Why should you leave the
Honorable
house?
Gadi,
For Zuma.
leave the chamber.
We want to leave. What is the rule you are using?
Honorable Shope,
What is
leave
the
the
rule?
chamber.
But what rule are you
We
using?
are not going to
And
leave
is
the
that
house.
inconsistent with an oath of
the
office?
authority of the chair.
But
Honorable Paul
what
Sele, leave the
What
chamber.
authority, Honorable Balekambe?
Honorable
What
Lodi,
authority do you
leave the
even have
We
when
will
you
never
have
listen
people
to Zuma.
break their oath of office?
Switch off
We
the
have
mic.
broken the oath of office. Why should we listen
What
to
authority is that? On what
Honorable
basis?
Mukause, leave the chamber.
You want us to give Zuma more money?
Honorable members
are
of the
such a
EFF,
You want us to
Mukause, leave
give
the
Zuma
chamber.
more money?
You can't even take a decision on your speaker. What did I do? Why I'm
You
leaving
are
now?
living
I
in crook
now have
inside.
no
What options? Zuma.
Honorable Matiase, leave the chamber. Honorable Sonti, leave the chamber.
On what rule?
Honorable
On what
Ntobongwana
rule?
and Honorable Low.
What did
leave the
Honorable
chamber.
Law do? What did Honorable Law do?
On what basis?
What did Honorable Law do? What did she do, Honorable Law?
Speaker, switch off the mics.
Honorable members, I am now on the basis.
You must just keep quiet.
Just leave us and the people who break oath of office. You are fine. Don't interfere.
You want us to be
Don't
party
interfere.
to a crime of
Switch
Jacob
off the
Zuma.
mics.
I
Madam
am
Speaker.
asking the
Switch off the
Sergeant
mics.
at Arms to invite the Parliamentary Protection
Invite
Services
them.
to help us by removing the honorable members of the
Find
EFF.
them.
Let them come.
Invite.
How do we know that they are the protection service? They are not wearing uniform.
Get out.
If you just call civilians to
These people are
take out members of parliament, where is their identity?
Order. Order, honorable members. I wish to proceed with the debate on vote one, the presidency. The secretary will read the order.
Debate on vote number one, the Presidency Appropriation Bill.
The Honorable, the President.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy President, Deputy Speaker, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, special guests, fellow South Africans. Honorable Speaker, allow me to express my gratitude for the opportunity to present the Presidency budget vote for the 2016-2017 financial year. A few days ago, we celebrated the 22nd International Workers' Day in a liberated and democratic South Africa. This year, we also mark 70th anniversary of the historic 1946 Black miners' strike in the Witwatersrand, in which workers demanded higher wages of 10 shillings a day. During that strike, the president of the African Mine Workers Union, J.B. Marx, said to the workers, and I quote, "You are challenging the very basis of the cheap labor system and must be ready to sacrifice in the struggle for the right to live as human beings," unquote. We agree with Uncle J.B. Marx that the workers and the poor must enjoy the right to live as human beings in the land of their birth. They earned this right through a relentless struggle for freedom. We have come a long way since then. The rights of workers are now enshrined in the Constitution. The pro-poor government policies that we have implemented since 1994 continue to help improve the lives of workers and the poor. The improvement in the quality of life is the reason why thousands of our people were celebrating in Guyana and all over the country on Wednesday last week during the National Freedom Day celebrations. Njengohulumeni siyaqhubeka nomsebenzi okwenza iNingizimu Afrika ibe ngcono. Sikhuluma nje isingcono kakhulu iNingizimu Afrika. Impilo yabasebenzi nabampofu iyathuthuka njalo ngenxa yemisebenzi kahulumeni. Abantu sebenizindlu bathola izibonelo zezingane nabadala, izikole ezinhle, imitholampilo, ama-clinic, nokuningi. Kodwa ke siyazi ukuthi asikaqedi, yinde indlela esihambayo. Eya kwiNingizimu Afrika lapho bonke abantu beyohlala banethezeke. Umsebenzi wehhovisi lika Mongameli ukuhola iminyango kahulumeni nezwe lonke ukuze sihambe kahle lendlela eya empilweni engcono kubo bonke abantu ikakhulukazi abasebenzi kanye nabampofu. The presidency, as a nerve center of government, continues to lead government on this journey to a better life for all, especially the poor and the working class. The better life means that we must change the fortunes of farm workers to that their children can stand a better chance of becoming farm owners. We are educating the children of peasants who did not spend a single day at school so that their children can become medical doctors, lawyers, captains of industry, or rocket scientists. This is the South Africa we are building brick by brick. Honorable Speaker, we are building a better life for our people during a gloomy global economic climate. We discussed these difficulties and our response to them in the State of the Nation address in February, and also in the budget speech by the Minister of Finance. We have not sat idly since then, waiting for the storm to pass. We have taken concrete measures to reduce the negative impact of the global economic downturn on our economy and to prepare for robust growth when the economic cycle turns positive. We are also working hard to remove domestic impediments to growth. A key positive attribute for the country at this time is that government and business are working together more than any other time to find ways of reigniting growth. Some key action points were identified at the groundbreaking meeting we heard with CEOs of key companies here in Cape Town just before the State of the Nation address in February. I asked the Minister of Finance and Mr. Jabu Mabuza, Chairperson of Telkom and President of Business Unity South Africa, to lead the government and business teams in finding solutions. I will convene a report back meeting soon for us to take stock of progress made. I will also convene a high-level meeting with Labour soon as well to discuss the economic challenges and solutions so that we can all move together in building a better life for all. We postponed 2 meetings recently due to clashing schedules. Honorable Speaker, as part of efforts to reignite growth and build a better life for all, we have also been vigorously implementing the 9-point plan that I announced in the State of the Nation address last year. Energy is high up on the agenda. During last year's presidency budget vote debate, our country was facing an acute energy challenge. We have made remarkable progress since then. Recently, the Chief Executive Officer of ESCOM, Mr. Brian Molife, announced that in 5 years' time, South Africa will have surplus electricity. The Minister of Public Enterprises has also announced that Unit 3 of Ingula power plant was successfully synchronized to the grid on the 6th March this year. This means that an additional 330 megawatts of electricity will soon be added to the grid. Most importantly, there has been no load shedding for close to a year now. It is clear that the decisions and steps we took are beginning to bear fruit. The Department of Energy is also finalizing the appointment the country's first independent power producer for coal. The process to procure a gas-independent power producer is also underway. The Energy Security Cabinet Subcommittee, which I announced during the 2014-2015 Presidency budget vote, is overseeing the development of a sustainable energy mix to ensure that the gains we are making are sustainable. Honorable Speaker, we are also using infrastructure as a key instrument of creating jobs and to build a better life for all. Through the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Commission, we have made tremendous strides in fast-tracking infrastructure across the country. In the past year, we can count the building of 160 new schools, 29 new clinics, the connection of 245,000 houses to electricity, and building close to 150,000 new houses. The construction of 3 universities, 12 technical colleges, as well as courts is ongoing. Siyaqhuba, asimanga, asidlali. The construction of economic infrastructure is also continuing as we deliver rail, road, dams, bus, rapid transit systems, refurbishing ports, building boats, and also the 3 new power stations. Indeed, South Africa is a nation at work, with government leading the way in building a better life for all. Honorable Speaker, in the State of the Nation address, I announced reforms that would be undertaken to transform state-owned companies, enable them to contribute better to the goals of the National Development Plan. An interministerial committee chaired by the Deputy President is overseeing the process. The July Cabinet Lekgotla will consider and approve some of the approaches for implementation. Honorable Speaker, our 9-point plan to reignite growth also includes the implementation of Operation Pakisa, the big fast results methodology that we learned from the Malaysians. We launched Operation Pakisa in the oceans economy in Durban in 2014, and it was followed by Pakisa projects on the Ideal Clinic and basic education, focusing on information and communication technologies. Next to be launched will be Pakisa mining, and the preliminary work has begun in this regard. Honorable Speaker, Operation Pakisa truly reignites growth as is evidence in the ocean economy. In less than 2 years, we have invested billions of rands on infrastructure development. Transnet's National Ports Authority has allocated 7 billion rand for building port infrastructure. Investments in boat building and a fuel storage facility have been committed in the Port of Cape Town, amounting to about 3.6 billion rand. An amount of 80 million rand has also been allocated for the rehabilitation and maintenance of proclaimed fishing harbors in Gans Bay, Saldanha Bay, Stroot's Bay, Gordon's Bay, and Lambert's Bay. The establishment of 3 new harbors in the Northern Cape, Eastern Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal will provide opportunities for local and rural economic development. On Pakisa education, more than 22,000 schools had received electronic administration infrastructure by the end of 2014-2015 financial year. More than 1,500 schools were provided with connectivity through the Universal Service and Access obligation, hence benefiting more than 1 million learners nationally. We are building a better life for our school children with this access to technology, Honorable Speaker. Minister Hadebe is responsible for the overall management of the Pakisa delivery methodology, as well as the mentoring and evaluation of the implementation of this innovative program in the presidency. Honorable Speaker, resolving workplace conflict and promoting labor stability is one of the key priorities of government as we work towards inclusive growth. Under the stewardship of the Deputy President, work is also underway at NETLEC to agree on a framework for speedy labor dispute resolution and also to finalize the level of the national minimum wage. Honorable Speaker, a key instrument of ensuring wider societal participation in building a better life is through the presidential working groups. The presidency convened several meetings of different working groups in the last financial year. These include the Presidential Business Working Group, the Presidential Youth Working Group, the Presidential Working Group on Disability, and the National Consultative Mining Forum. We also hosted a crucial meeting with organizations representing Black professionals, which will be institutionalized into a working group as well. Honorable Speaker, growing up in a free South Africa should enable our youth to pursue their dreams and undertake any career or career path as artisans, scientists, business leaders, lawyers, or artists. In this regard, we shall not rest for as long as some of our youth still sit in street corners with no jobs and no skills to offer. The public employment program is led at a high level in the presidency, as the Deputy President is the convener of the Interministerial Committee on Public Employment. We also prioritize skills development. In this regard, the Deputy President chairs the Human Resource Development Council. On youth in particular, Deputy Minister Manamela leads a committee of deputy ministers who form a backbone of the Presidential Youth Working Group. Several steps have been taken to implement the decisions of the working group, which are aligned with the National Youth Policy 2020. Government has also taken concrete and direct steps to encourage youth employment and training through public employment programs. An example is the war on poverty. An example is the war on water leaks program of the Department of Water and Sanitation, which will draw 15,000 young people to be trained and employed as plumbers, artisans, and water agents. Every government department has been asked with ensuring that its program targets young people for development. We have also urged municipalities to prioritize youth employment programs. Honorable Speaker, on June 16 last year, we launched the Maramento Youth Online Membership Scheme, pairing young entrepreneurs with CEOs of companies. We are encouraged by the uptake. By April 2016, over 340,000 young people in our country were being mentored by 269 mentors. We appeal to CEOs and other industry leaders to engage the National Youth Development Agency and avail themselves for this innovative online mentoring. Let us all participate in building a better life for our aspirant young entrepreneurs and professionals. Honorable Speaker, the status of women in the South African economy report produced by the Minister in the Presidency responsible for women has exposed gaps and shows that we must do much more to empower women in the economy. In September 2015, I issued a directive to economic cluster departments to place the empowerment of women centrally in their plans, and in particular in the 9-point plan to further grow the economy. Progress has been made. The Department of Human Settlements, Public Works, and Small Business Development are utilizing the approach of set-asides to enhance women's empowerment. Women constructors were allocated over 3 billion rand of the Human Settlements Development Grant for the 2014-2015 financial year alone. This allocation was shared by over 112 female-owned enterprises. Indeed, we are building a better life for all, especially women during this 60th anniversary of the Women's March to the Union Buildings. Minister Susan Shabangu will elaborate further on our programs directed at women's advancement and empowerment. Compatriots, the Presidency also coordinates government's work through statutory bodies. The Presidential Coordinating Council is the President's statutory meeting with premiers and the South African Local Government Association in order to promote sound intergovernmental relations between the three spheres of government. Over the past year, the PCC has focused on the implementation of the Back to Basics Local Government Revitalization Program. To complement the Back to Basics program, the PCC is also considering the provincial integrated service delivery models, such as the KwaZulu-Natal provinces Operation Sukuma Sake program, Free States Operation Hlasela, and Northwest's Sitsukutsane program. This is done to encourage provinces to intensify these models and to share best practices. The PCC also continues to monitor the resolution of cases and incidents reported through the presidential hotline in order to promote open, transparent, and responsive government and to put people first. The President's Council has also been a useful platform of processing matters from the Interministerial Committee on Migration led by Minister Hadeb. The premiers and mayors discussed and agreed on the proposed approaches to deal with the identified shortcomings and challenges relating to border controls and the inflow of migrants into the country. Some of these challenges came into sharp focus last year during the tragic and unacceptable attacks on foreign nationals. Compatriots, as we celebrate Africa Month, we reiterate that we are one people. We are all Africans. Any challenges that may arise must be resolved peacefully. Honorable Speaker, economic transformation remains pivotal to ensuring a better life for all. In this regard, government values the contribution of the Presidential Black Economic Empowerment Advisory Council. Council members are drawn from organized labor, the private sector, professional associations, community-based organizations, and academic institutions. The Council is currently focusing its work on very important areas. These include ensuring that there is alignment between broad-based Black economic empowerment and the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act. The Advisory Council is also looking at creating partnerships between organs of state and the private sector, as well as strengthening programs geared towards the revitalization of the township economy, including rural development. We also appreciate the work of the National Orders Advisory Council. We congratulate all South Africans and foreign dignitaries who were honored on the 28th of April with various national orders. Honorable Speaker, government works better when it works closely with the people. In this regard, the Presidency runs a monitoring program called the Presidential Siyahlola Monitoring Program and the Presidential Imbizo Program. We also run the War on Poverty program, which is led by the Deputy President. Through these programs, we visit communities and are able to monitor the performance of government directly through talking to the citizens. In the last financial year, we conducted Siahlola visits to East Rust in Pretoria East, the N2 Gateway Housing Settlement in Kwalanga Township in Cape Town, the Tshwane University of Technology in Soshanguve, and Bushbuck Ridge in Mpumalanga. The Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation ensures that undertakings made at these important public engagements are implemented. Honorable Speaker, all the work we are talking about also requires planning. In September 2015, I appointed new commissioners to serve on the National Planning Commission following the successful conclusion of the term of office of the first group of commissioners. We have specifically asked the Commission to urgently focus on the economy. Under the leadership of the chairperson, Mr. Hadebe, the Commission is focusing particularly on speeding up economic recovery, growth, and transformation, infrastructure in particular, water planning, energy, transport, improving food security, easing the cost of living for households, as well as enhancing the capacity and governance of state institutions. Work has begun in each of these areas, and the Commission will report to the nation periodically on progress. Honorable Speaker, the month of May is Africa Month, and it is celebrated under the theme, Building a Better Africa and a Better World. The highlights of Africa Month will be the celebration of the centenary of the University of Fort Hare on the 20th of May in Alice. On Africa Day, 25 May, we will reflect on African unity and progress in a gathering with ambassadors and high commissioners in Pretoria. As we celebrate Africa Month, we will be enjoying the work of our performing artists and various other creative industry specialists. The Presidency has made support to our artists a special project. The Presidential Deputy Minister's Task Team for Creative Industries, led by Deputy Minister Manamela, is mandated to promote a better business environment for artists and other practitioners across the broad spectrum of the creative industry. Progress is being made. The Department of Trade and Industry has established the Black Emerging Filmmakers Fund, which aims to assist in bridging the inequality gap for for filmmakers in South Africa. In addition, the department will, in the next few months, place 2 bills, the Protection of Intellectual Property Bill and the Performers' Rights Protection Bill, before Parliament. These bills will, among others, improve the royalty collection, promote fair compensation for the reuse of works, and regulate local content. The task team is also looking at all available legislation to tackle the scourge of piracy, which is causing untold financial harm to our artists. The task team is also working closely with the National Film and Video Foundation to ensure that better structures and systems are put in place to make the South African film industry a global competitor, while telling honest South African stories that are in line with our values as a nation. These are stories that drive social cohesion and our national identity. The long-standing dispute on needle time payment for musicians has finally been resolved. The task team has met with the various collecting societies together with the SABC to develop a process that will lead to the full payment of all outstanding monies to the relevant beneficiaries. The public broadcaster will also be engaging local television content producers on the way forward with regards to new content commissioning. We will continue supporting our artists so that they can continue promoting the arts, culture, and heritage of our country. We are building a better life for our artists. Compatriots, we pride ourselves on our ability to attract the world to visit our country. Over 13,000 international delegates are expected to descend on South Africa in July for the International AIDS Conference in Durban. Besides the tourism opportunities presented by our hosting of this conference, South Africa will use this opportunity to mark the remarkable progress we have made in fighting the AIDS epidemic since 2009. The Deputy President chairs the South African National AIDS Council and will speak further on our interventions in this regard. In September, South Africa will host the 17th Conference of Parties to the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species in Johannesburg. The conferences are an important marketing opportunity for our country and provide an opportunity for our international marketing agency, Brand South Africa, to further promote our country abroad. We recently appointed new trustees for the Brand South Africa Trust last month. We thank the former trustees for their contribution and look forward to working with the new trust in the task of promoting South Africa. Honorable Speaker, we continue to contribute in various ways to building a better Africa and a better world through participation in various multilateral forums. Through the African Union Presidential Infrastructure Championing Initiative, regional and cross-border infrastructure is being developed to facilitate trade and investment. At a global level, South Africa participates actively in the work and meetings of the G20. South Africa is also the co-chair of the G20 Development Working Group and has consistently promoted the mainstreaming of the development agenda in its engagements with the G20. In this regard, South Africa supports the Chinese presidency's overall theme of working towards an innovative, invigorated, interconnected, and inclusive world economy for 2016. The 8th BRICS Summit will take place in India in October 2016. We continue to support the coming into operation of the BRICS New Development Bank, including by hosting the African Regional Center in Johannesburg. The bank recently approved a renewable energy project for South Africa to the value of 180 million US dollars. Honorable Speaker, from 18 April until 21st April 2016, I visited Botswana, Namibia, and Swaziland, and will also visit Lesotho to discuss South Africa's perspective on the Southern African Customs Union. Honorable Speaker, we will continue with various bilateral engagements as well with countries on the continent and beyond as we pursue our goals of building a better life for all in our country and contributing to building a better Africa and a better world. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, allow me to express our gratitude to millions of South Africans who registered to vote during the 2 windows for registration that were opened by the IEC, especially the youth. The next step now is for South Africans to go out in their millions to exercise their democratic right to elect public representatives of their choice on the 3rd August 2016. Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank the Deputy President, the 2 ministers, and the Deputy Minister in the Presidency for their support. I also appreciate the contribution and hard work of the Director General, Dr. Cassius Lubisi, the Chief Operations Officer, Ms. Lakela Kaunda, the presidential advisors, senior management, and all staff in the presidency. We are also grateful to members of the working groups, advisory councils, and all other institutions and stakeholders that support the work of the presidency. It is my privilege, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, to commend Budget Vote 1 to the House. And I thank you very much.
Point of order.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. The Chief Whip.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
What's the point of order, Honorable Steenhuisen?
Madam Speaker, it's amazing. The President's never met an occasion that he fails to rise to. And I think it's worth noting that once again, he has cocked a snook at this House. And he must take responsibility for what's happening in this Parliament.
Honorable
Because it's a
Deputy,
disgrace
Honorable
that you come to
Speaker,
this House.
Honorable
It's a disgrace that you can come to this House with your laugh
Honorable Speaker,
after you've undermined the
Honorable Deputy Chief
Constitution.
Whip, what's
that
the
is
point?
not a point of
It's
order.
not a point of
It's
order.
not.
Well, there should be a point of disgrace because this House is
Honorable Steenhuisen,
failing
please
to hold
take
this
your
man
seat.
accountable. He's a disgrace.
Honorable Chief Whip, please proceed, and Honorable Deputy Speaker, please approach the chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable President, Honorable Deputy President, ministers, honorable members, guests in the gallery. Let's start by saying asina mona, asina nzondo, siyayidumisa i-ANC. Madam Speaker, let me begin by thanking the people of South Africa for entrusting a responsibility of such immense proportions on the shoulders of the African National Congress. That responsibility being of working together to improve the socio-economic reality of all and create a better life for all South Africans. The people of South Africa have always been aware of their socio-political environment, and their focus and attention has even grown more because of their government that is transparent, responsive, and accountable. Ours is a government leadership that respects the people and that at all times endeavors to restore the human dignity of our people. Our government is inspired by the spirit of the preamble of the Constitution, which I wish to remind this House. I open quotes, we, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustices of the past, honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land, respect those who have worked to build and develop our country, and believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. I close quote. Honorable Mungameli, upon your shoulders rest nation building and social cohesion. The Constitution, as well as the South African Coat of Arms, impose on you and all of us the duty to unite our people in their diversity. This is an antithesis to apartheid, which abused diversity to divide our people. The apartheid system also created a socio-economic burden through morally reprehensible policies that allocated resources according to race. Yours, President, and our call is a much higher one because we do not seek black supremacy over any other group, but we seek non-racialism and equality. We do not seek dictatorship, but fair labor practices. We do not seek to replace patriarchy with matriarchy, but we seek non-sexism. We desire no federalism, but a unitary state Neither do we seek a country that is an island of prosperity in a sea of poverty. Honorable President, you and all of us seek an integrated regional economy, a united Africa, yes, a fair, just, and equitable world order. Your calling, Honorable President, is at the time when the socio-economic situation in the country and globally is complex, depressed, and depressing. We know that history has called you at a time like this because of your wisdom, your down-to-earth attitude, your people-to-people skills, your patience, and your understanding is what our people need to traverse this rather difficult path. It is within human nature that some will claim perfection through inaction, whilst others claim fatherhood to all successes while denying any paternal connection to all challenges. We are aware that as soon as we dismount this podium, some will open a broadside and fire a litany of bullets shooting from the hip. Their form of criticism, Comrade President, without providing any credible alternative solutions, amounts to nothing. However, our multi-party democratic system allows them to express themselves. Indeed, only the ANC is capable of discharging the mandate to improve all the lives of our people. This organization, Comrade President, that you lead, has played a pivotal role in the liberation of the people of South Africa. This organization, Comrade President, that had the magnanimity to forgive those who persecuted, tortured, imprisoned, and exiled its supporters, members, leaders, even though the perpetrators had not asked for such forgiveness. And I know where many of these perpetrators are sitting today. The ANC did all this out of its good heart, but also as building blocks for a democratic future for generations to come. Honorable Speaker, the people of South Africa are fully aware that the advent of democracy leapfrogged them to a better life despite a very stubborn and deep-seated legacy of colonial and apartheid rule. As South Africans prepare themselves for the 5th edition of local government elections, they know and are fully conversant with achievements that the ANC has brought and continues to bring to our democratic motherland, South Africa. Before 1994, as you will know, President, there was a fragmented system comprising over thousands of local authorities for white people, Africans in urban areas, African communities in homelands, and Indians and colored communities. The arrangements was designed to systematically divide the people. Over the years, the ANC government has fundamentally changed this by establishing a coherent, functional, and stable structure and system of local governance. Unlike the apartheid system of local governance, our democratic system of local government seeks to unite people and build better communities. Madam Speaker, another important creation of our democracy is the Independent Electoral Commission. We stand today proud that this midwife of our electoral democracy has successfully and competently delivered 5 national government and 4 local government elections. In the past 5 years alone, the IEC has delivered at least 859 by-elections. The IEC has also conducted election observer missions in several countries in the continent and abroad. This pride of our nation has received international as well as domestic acknowledgements and awards. Any contention that the IEC ever conducted any elections in a partisan manner is rejected with the contempt it deserves. It's unfortunate that Honorable Malema is not here. Him being so litigious as he lately is, if he had suspected partiality from the IEC, we know that he would have approached a court of law, which he never did. The fact that he did not do so proves that his accusations on the IEC are not only malicious and spurious, but that he's blaming the referee before the game begins because he has no confidence that he will win the coming local government elections. Honorable Malema, wherever you are, the ANC will meet you anywhere, in the streets, in the valleys, in the houses of our country on the 3rd of August 2016, and we can assure you that we will emerge victorious after those meetings. The ANC indeed will emerge victorious because we have the track record and the experience to deliver to our people. Just to drive this point home, since the advent of democratic dispensation, more than 5 million people are working with total employment at just above 14 million. We are proud that between 2007 and 2013, a further 4.5 million households have access to pipe water, making a total of over 11 million households that have access to clean water. By any standard, this is an achievement. Please just do something. Lastly, the percentage of households that are connected to electricity supply increased from 67% to 86%. We are also more than proud that our ANC government has provided 4.3 million houses over this period to South Africans. Honourable President, if there is one thing that South Africans will remember you for after you have left office in 2019, your legacy will be the lives you have saved since taking office. Through the ambitious HIV program that your administration instituted in 2009, South Africa has saved millions of women from maternal deaths. We have saved millions of unborn babies through stopping mother-to-child transmission of HIV. It is also common cause that we have decreased infant mortality significantly. In my own township of Witbank, Lapa KwaGuqa, even weekdays had become burial days before 2009 as a result of HIV and AIDS. Honorable President, that has stopped, and we have to thank you. We also want to remind South Africans that the life expectancy for South Africans through these interventions that we have just spoken to has increased from 53.4 years in 2004 to 62.5 years in 2015. People in South Africa are able to live longer. Mongameli, siyasalute. Flowing from these proven records of service delivery to our people, in the next 5 years, we intend extending piped water and electricity to all South Africans in our country. And we will do it. We don't just talk. South Africa has from 2012 had the National Development Plan designed as a broad set of programmatic intervention. The NDP proposes a virtuous cycle of growth and development whilst reducing poverty and inequality. The NDP enjoins us to build strong leadership throughout society, foster national consensus, broaden social cohesion, and entrench a capable state. Infrastructure investment is a key priority in the NDP, and it is instrumental to inclusive growth and job creation in South Africa. That is why the 2011 decision to establish the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Committee was a critical intervention to improve the socio-economic reality of all. It is because of the efficiency and efficacy of the PICC that, amongst others, the President opened the Dr. Harry Sati Hospital in Upington, Northern Cape, on the 2nd September 2014. It is because of the work of the PICC and your leadership, Comrade President, that you unveiled 95 electric locomotives assembled at the Transnet Engineering Kudesport plant in Pretoria on the 19th of March 2015. Comrade President, you launched Operation Pakisa, a fast result delivery program in July 2014 as one of the mechanisms to implement the NDP. We are glad that through Operation Pakisa, government has unlocked investment amounting to about 17 billion rands in the oceans economy. We are pleased that since the inception of Operation Pakisa, oceans economy, over 4,500 jobs have been created in various sectors. These are but examples of many achievements that the ANC-led government has registered and commitments it has made to the people of South Africa. Oh, Deputy Speaker, despite all these achievements we have alluded to, we are fully aware of the challenges that faces our country to grow our economy to appropriate levels, to ensure that the youth of our country are employed and are employable, to ensure that all people in South Africa are rescued from high levels of poverty and inequality. We are nonetheless confident, having listened to the various budget speeches by various ministers and yourself, Comrade President, that all these challenges will indeed be a thing of the past during our lifetime. Our conviction is not only drawn from the evidence of many achievements, including those that we just alluded to above, but also from the good work that our government performed in ensuring security of electricity supply in our country. We owe our freedom to countries and people of the continent and the world. That is why, as South Africans, we continue to play an active role in supporting conflict resolution initiatives and post-conflict reconstruction and development processes in Africa and beyond, having learned from our past. We commend our government for sharing our experiences in the truth and reconciliation and constitution development processes with the Sri Lankan government, Ireland, and many others. Let me congratulate you, Honorable President, for being invited by the United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, to serve as co-chair with President Hollande in the High-Level Commission on Health, Employment, and Economic Development. This is in recognition of not only the work of the ANC government, which you lead, but also that of your quiet but compelling leadership. Your work through consultation and collectives demonstrates your conviction in inclusive leadership. In Durban 3 years ago, under South Africa's leadership, world leaders took bold decisions to significantly advance the global effort to address global climate crisis. We set a long-term pathway for development of a fair, ambitious, and legally binding future multilateral and rules-based global climate change system that ensures the fair participation of all countries. On 12 December 2015, the parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change unanimously adopted the Paris Agreement and a package of supporting decisions covering climate action in the pre- and post-2020 periods. The role that South Africa has played in the lead-up to the Paris Climate Change Agreement cannot be overemphasized. Again, we thank your leadership, Comrade President. It is true to the nature and revolutionary moral conscience of Comrade President that he is neither vindictive nor does he hold grudges against those who did and continue to wrong him. I know that some will come to this podium to continue wronging him. I'm painfully reminded, Comrade President, that your Nkandla homestead was intentionally set on fire 2 times by those who were after your life, and that a close family members was subjected to untold indecent assaults. And many of your friends, Comrade President, and comrades were hanged by the apartheid government, while some, including yourself, were imprisoned and exiled by the same regime. Yet, Comrade President, you forgave all your enemies and have embraced former leaders as partners in moving South Africa forward. Honorable President, you are born of a mother and a father like all of us. Indeed, like all of us, you are not perfect. But the difference between you and some of us in this house is that you are able to say, I am sorry. It is this humility, President, that defines who you are. And we accepted your apologies. Comrade President, we have studied both the judgments, that of the Constitutional Court as well as the one of the North Gauteng High Court. And not one of the two came to the determination that you should either step down from office or be removed. None. None of these judgments. Therefore, the calls for your stepping down or removal from office are not based on the judgments, Comrade President, but a deep-seated desire to supplant democratic means in order to ascend to political power by some in this House. We call on all South Africans to respect the judgments, but isolate those abusing these judgments for ulterior political ends. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the EFF believes it is above the law, that it can threaten and attempt to destroy our democratic dispensation, peace and stability without any consequences. On the other hand, we have the DA that believes it can hide behind a black human cloak to perpetrate white supremacy and protect white privilege. As once again, all statistics show that white males are still dominating the economy. Madam Speaker, let's remind this House that the Buremach, a right-wing group that threatened our peace and stability by blasting 8 bombs in Soweto in 2002, after a long trial lasting up to 2013, were sentenced to effective years of 25 to 30 years for treasonous acts. We want to sound a stern warning to those who think they can tamper with our democratic dispensation and hard-won peace and stability. We also want to sound a stern warning to those who think they can commit acts of sabotage and foment civil war, that the Buremach fate shall be theirs, and prison shall be their home. Honorable Malema, unfortunately we are not here, wherever you are. When this happens, don't say we did not warn you. The choice is yours. In fact, we have approached the Parliamentary Joint Standing Committee on Ethics and Members' Interest to investigate whether your utterances are not in breach of the Code of Ethics of members of this Parliament. Madam Speaker, I really sympathize with Honorable Ms. Musima Imane. He is a wonderful fellow. He is presiding over a party whose many members are self-declared racists. Some of them are in this house, they are there. They are opposed to any transformation measures taken by our government to level the playing field.
Honorable member, please take your seat. What's your point of order, Honorable member?
The point of order, Deputy Speaker, is that there have been several rulings in this House that it is unparliamentary to refer to members of this House as racists. What the Chief Whip, and he knows better, has done is pointed to various members and said that members of this House are racist. Members of this Parliament are honourable members and therefore cannot be referred to as racist, and I ask that he withdraws that.
Honorable Tembu, please withdraw that reference to members as racist.
I withdraw racist, but some of them in this House are opposed to any transformation measures taken by our government to level the playing field in the economy, in the sports, labor, or any endeavor in our lives.
Deputy Speaker.
It is my view that they do not consider.
Deputy Speaker, I'm sorry, on a point of order, that's a conditional withdrawal. That's not acceptable.
Take your seat, Honorable Member. Proceed, Honorable Member.
It is my view that they do not consider members on that side that anything good can come from a black person. The question that arises is, why do they have a black leader? My guess is as good as yours. I think Honorable Maimane is being used by this Verkramte party, whose members still yearn for the days of P.W. Botham and call black people monkeys. Maimane is being used as a bait to attract black votes. There can be no other logical explanation. Thanks God, Mampela Rampela was wise enough to see through this party. Honorable Speaker, it is only the ANC that represents the hopes and aspirations of our people. The ANC moves for the support of Vote 1, the presidency.
Honorable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, honorable members, good afternoon, goeiemiddag, bagaetso, dumelang. Ga ra nna fano fo ntlong e gonne re tlhompha moporesidente wa Afrika Borwa. Re ntse mo ntlong e gonne re tlhompha maAfrika Borwa a re romileng gore re lebe gore madi a bone a diriswa jang. That's why we stand here today to debate the budget of the presidency. This is an important debate because it will tell the people of South Africa how their money is abused to keep an accused criminal in his job. And when we vote on the budget...
Honorable Member, at the beginning of the proceedings, it was said that when the President is in the House, the rules of the House applies to him. Therefore, you can't call anyone in the House a criminal without a substantive motion.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Member, withdraw that.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Deputy Speaker, just last week, the High Court reinstated the 783 charges of fraud, corruption, and racketeering. The President isn't accused in that matter, and it is fair comment. It can't be right that a newspaper can speculate that I can stand on the street outside in Parliament and say it, but I can't say it in an area where parliamentary privilege is entrenched by the Constitution.
Honorable
Speaker, can you correct the
Chief Whip of the...
Want to correct him?
Yeah, yes, Honorable Member.
The North Gauteng High Court said the removal or the withdrawal of the charges by the NDP was irrational. Therefore, there was no reinstatement of any charges. Even if, Honorable Deputy Speaker, even if charges were reinstated, the President has not been found by any court of law to having acted criminally. Therefore, you are very correct, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, if I may, I think we've got a better track record in terms of legal judgments, and we get good advice, unlike the bad advice your man gets. Talk about champagne cost for beer advice. But to say to you that the effect of the North Gauteng High Court to drop the charges, and their judgment was explicit. Those 783 charges now stand. They are reinstated. Perhaps the Chief Whip would like a copy of the judgment, which I'm happy to send across the aisle for him. But that is the thing. The President stands accused in the court of 783 charges of fraud, corruption, and racketeering. He is an accused criminal.
Honorable Member. Honorable Chief Whip of the opposition party, the President has not been found guilty of those charges. Honorable Member, the Honorable Maimane, you can't call someone a criminal who has not been convicted. You know that.
Speaker, I said accused, which stands to reason that
Honorable-
Yes, those charges stand. The
Honorable
withdrawal
member,
was a discontinuation.
Honorable member, there are rules in this house. People, honorable member, the rules require of you to make any such allegations against any member, including the president, in a substantial motion. If you can't do that, then withdraw it until you do that. So withdraw it, please,
Deputy Speaker.
so that we proceed.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable member,
Deputy Speaker, you're infringing on the rights of freedom of speech. This House has already been found wanting constitutionally. And
Honorable
Deputy
Steenhuisen,
Speaker,
please, this is
please,
your
please, I'm trying to make a point, if I may. I'm not being disruptive. I'm trying to make a point in terms of the rules. The words the Honourable Maimani used were accused criminal. That is a matter of fact. It's a matter of public record. It's a matter of court judgment. He didn't say the president is a criminal. He said the president is an accused criminal. It is a matter of fact. Asking him
Honorable
to withdraw
Maimani,
that
I really
is
advise you, Honorable Steenhuisen, I really advise the leader of your party not to take your advice on that matter. He must withdraw what he is saying there.
Deputy Speaker, you are asking him to withdraw something that is within the bounds of freedom of speech in this House.
No.
You are preventing him from
No.
expressing freedom of speech. He can stand in Lely Street and
No.
say that the president is an accused criminal, but you're saying he
Honourable
can't
member,
stand in
please,
Parliament where he's
please
protected
don't-
by privilege and
Honourable-
make the same accusation.
Honorable Steenhuisen, the rules of the House have been affirmed by the courts to be an appropriate mechanism for dealing with these issues here, in addition to the Constitution and the law.
Which rule
says you can't accuse a member without a substantive motion
He doesn't
in the
have
House.
to. It's a matter of public record.
No.
The president is
Honourable
facing
member,
783
Honourable
charges
Steenhuisen.
of fraud, corruption, and
Honourable
racketeering.
Steenhuisen.
That is a matter of fact.
Honorable Steenhuisen, can we not continue this dialogue? I request you that we not do that, that you take up this thing anywhere else. But for now, I'm making a ruling. You can challenge it. I'm making a ruling.
We will challenge it.
Even if you think it is wrong, please, let's challenge it.
We'll see you in court, and you'll lose again.
Right. Okay. Honorable Maimani, can you do what I'm requesting you to do in terms of the rules of the House?
We will challenge, I withdraw.
Proceed, Honorable Member.
And when we vote on this particular budget, the people of this country will see once again that Mr. Zuma and today's ANC are one and the same thing. They will see once again how this mighty liberation movement has fallen. They will see how the ANC protects its looter-in-chief. And make no mistake, Speaker, this man stole from all of us.
Honorable.
These aren't just my words.
Point of order.
Honorable members. Yes. Yes. Honorable.
Deputy Speaker, to refer to the president as the looter-in-chief is unparliamentary. He has not been found to have looted anything anywhere by any court of law. Therefore, we will request that the honorable leader of the opposition withdraws.
Can I just continue here
Deputy
and make
Speaker,
this...
Deputy Speaker,
The honorable member is speaking.
I'd like to take a point of order on what the Chief Whip of the
What's
majority
your
party
point
said.
of order, honorable member?
I refer this House and the Chief Whip to the SMS case judgment, where the judge in that case said it was fair comment to say that President Zuma had stolen people's money. Therefore, it is fair comment, and if you can say it by an SMS, why on earth can't you say it in a parliament that is protected, where privilege is supposed to be protected and entrenched?
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
Parliament has got rules, has practices, and in terms of our rules, to call any member, including the president as he sits here, to be looter-in-chief is unparliamentary. I therefore move, Comrade Speaker, that you rule on this matter.
Okay. Yes, honorable minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think it will be fair then if what the Chief Whip of the opposition is talking about fairness, that we can also refer to Honorable Maimani as a drug lord because of the drugs that were found in his church. Thank you.
No, honorable member. Honorable members, no. I suggest that we not go that route. It is inappropriate. No, honorable members, let me explain to you. Honorable members, I would like to remind members that the rules of decent language, of inoffensive language in the House, is what we have accepted in the House, that we will not use offensive language, which include referring to members in any offensive manner, as the rules required. And therefore, you can't do that. And I'm suggesting to you that you should not do that. And so therefore, if we are to conduct our affairs appropriately, honorable member, honorable Maimane, you should not use language that is offensive, and therefore you must withdraw that.
Speaker,
you have a choice.
They are not my words. I am referencing a constitutional court judgment that was handed down in January last year. If I can't quote the judges in Parliament, then how else are we going to proceed?
Honorable Maimane, that language is not allowed in Parliament.
It's the constitutional court judgment.
Honorable member, withdraw that.
Deputy Speaker, there's no such an expression in the Constitutional Court judgment.
I will read.
There's no looter in chief.
Fine, I withdraw. It says the Constitutional Court judgment handed down in January last year called it fair comment to say Jacob Zuma stole your money. I quote. 53 years ago, one of the greatest leaders of the ANC was known as accused number one. Nelson Mandela was accused number one because his name was first on the charge sheet of the Rivonia trial. In the context of the struggle against apartheid, this was indeed a badge of honor. It was an honorable thing. But today, the ANC is again led by accused number one. But this time, it has nothing to do with the noble and selfless struggle of our people.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, let's again make the correction. And indeed, we would like the member to withdraw.
Take your seat.
There is no accused number one in the name of President Zuma. None in which court? There is no accused. President Zuma is not sitting here as an accused in any court of law. Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
Deputy
Honourable
Speaker,
member.
I would like to send you one precise quotations. I'd like to quote precisely from the judgment for the Chief Whip's edification. Open quotes, Mr. Zuma should face the charges as outlined in the original indictment. Unquote. Accused number one.
Maybe let's correct them. The judges said that the NDP must make that determination. The prosecuting authority in this country must make that determination. Therefore, as we sit here, President Zuma is not accused. President Zuma is not appearing before any court of law. Therefore, the member must withdraw.
Honorable.
Deputy Speaker,
Yes, honorable member.
may I ask that the judgment is obtained by the NA table and that you come back with a considered ruling on this? Because what the Chief Whip is trying to do is much like his president did. He's trying to substitute the findings of the court with his own findings that are incorrect. That is a verbatim quote. If President Zuma should face the charges as outlined in the original indictment, unquote, that means those charges still stand. He is facing the 783 charges of fraud, corruption, and racketeering. He is an accused.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
I think the DA, they are deliberately misleading this House and the nation. The Gauteng High Court was clear. They said they set aside the decision by Mche to withdraw the charges. So there are no charges that are reinstated on the president. The matter is with the NPA for consideration. That is what the judgment said. You are misleading the House and the nation.
Honorable members. Go ahead. Honorable members, I will take advice on this matter. I'm going to come back today with a ruling here. Proceed, honorable member.
It is indeed because Mr. Zuma is the biggest beneficiary of the 70 billion rands arms deal and stands accused on the 783 counts of corruption.
Honorable member.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, again, a misrepresentation. How is President Zuma a major beneficiary of the arms deal? Where is the proof? Indeed, we can't sit in this house and be insulting the President of the Republic.
Honorable member, thank you. Honorable Maimane, you have not placed before this House evidence to that effect. Therefore, you can't say that.
It's from a court.
No. Honorable Maimane, please withdraw that, please.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Steenhuisen, let's accept that in order to make such serious statements such as what is being said here, no evidence has been placed before the House for us to reach that conclusion and therefore allow it. Honorable member.
Deputy Speaker, we cannot, with respect, and we're not defying your instructions here. We're trying to operate within the rules. Deputy Speaker, it cannot be right that judges like Judge Hilary Squires and Judge Howie can make findings about a generally corrupt relationship that existed. And I can quote from the judgment if you want me to. I don't think the President wants me to do it. But how can it be that in this House, we can't refer to judgments that have been handed down by our courts? Is this some sort of parallel la-la land where we must exist that the courts, pretend that the courts don't hand down judgments? I know it would be convenient for the African National Congress for that to be so, but it is an inconvenient truth. And Judge Howie and Judge Squires have both found that there was a generally corrupt relationship. And I'm happy to hand up to the table the direct quotation, which I have here with me.
Yes. Honorable member, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the very judge had written to the Supreme Court of Appeal to say that nowhere in his judgment had he made reference to the fact that there was a generally corrupt relationship between the President and Shabir Sheikh. Now, I cannot understand why, when a judge himself makes the statement here, the honorable member chooses to distort it. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, because now my integrity has been called into question, may I quote from the judgment for you? This is from the Howie judgment, and I quote, between 1996 and 2002, Sheikh and Mr. Jacob Zuma engaged what the trial court appropriately
Honorable Deputy Speaker, on a point of order,
which involved frequent payments
Honorable
by Sheikh
Deputy Speaker,
to
on a
or
point of
behalf
order.
of Zuma,
Honorable
and
member.
reciprocation by
Honorable
Zuma
Deputy
in the form
Speaker,
of bringing to bear
on a
of
point of
political
order.
influence on
Right.
behalf of
Take your
Sheikh's business interests when requested to do so. Direct quote from Justice Howie.
Okay.
How can that
Take your
not
seat.
be more
Take
explicit?
your seat here. Yes, honorable member.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the business of today's House is to discuss the budget of the presidency. What the Honorable Steenhuisen is doing is that some people are sending him messages so that we can discuss whatever comes from outside to this House. We are not going to allow that. We know that you are competing with the EFF. Why can't you join them and leave the House?
Honorable members, until the rules of the House change to allow for offensive language to be used against any member. Honorable members, until the House have taken a decision about the rulings that affects members of the House, the rules that apply here will continue to apply. Let us not use what has not been agreed on by way of rules in the House. Because otherwise, no, it will be against your members tomorrow and you'll want us to protect your members. It has been against your members. Honorable members, Honorable Maimane, you will withdraw offensive language,
Deputy
and
Speaker,
if you don't,
Deputy
you risk us now not being able to allow you to proceed with your discussion.
Deputy Speaker, may I address you? Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Deputy Speaker,
Yes.
can I get clarity from you?
Yes.
We have several court judgments which make certain allegations against the President, right? Whether you like them or not. Now, what you're saying in the House today is that we are not allowed to even quote from those court judgments. That's what you're saying. You're stifling freedom of speech to such an extent we may as well be in this chamber any longer. We can go outside, quote judgments without any ramifications. Can the front
President,
desk please assist you in
come
trying
back
to
to you.
maintain freedom of speech in this House? Why
Come
can
back
we
to you.
not quote court judgments?
Come back to you. Yes,
Deputy
Honourable.
Speaker, the issue we have raised, and again, Honourable Leader of the Opposition, rest assured, it is not our intention to disturb you. Rest assured, none at all. But nowhere in any court of law was the President found to be a major beneficiary of the arms deal. None. And that's the issue we're putting on the table. None. By any judge whatsoever, therefore it is incorrect. It is an insult, in fact, to the President.
Deputy Speaker, Mr. Shabir Sheikh, who was found guilty in the Peter Maritzburg High Court,
Honourable
he
Member.
went to the Constitutional Court.
Honourable Member.
This Howie judgment that I've quoted from, Deputy Speaker, deals specifically with the symbiotic relationship between Mr. Sheikh, who was organizing arms deal kickbacks, and Mr. Zuma. That is what the judgment is referring to. It is fair comment. You can't stop fair comment here. We're not saying anything that a court of law, the judiciary in this land, which this House should be respecting after learning our lesson in the 31st of March, we cannot ignore what the courts have said. And we cannot be prohibited from quoting from judgments in this House and bringing the implications of those judgments here. These are allegations which have been tested and have been found to be true. And that, therefore, judgments have been made. If the President wasn't happy with this Howie judgment, he could have appealed it. He has not.
Honourable Maimane, I made a ruling on this matter. What's your reaction to the ruling?
Speaker, can I ask you that you include that with your investigation and then bring a judgment?
I have made a ruling. Can you, on this one?
But can you include it as part of the investigation? Because it's the same statement. It's the same statement.
I'm requesting you, Honourable Member, I'm requesting you to proceed with your debate by withdrawing that.
Okay, I withdraw. I mean, it's in the context...
Deputy Speaker, I'd like to refer your ruling to the Rules Committee for a ruling, please, because you've behaved unconstitutionally.
Okay. All right, please. Proceed, Honourable Member. Proceed, Honourable Member.
It's in the context of the struggle to liberate our people from poverty. Corruption is unforgivable. Because corruption makes poor people even poorer. You know, I think, honorable members, we've heard today a lot, and we've heard in the past about the Guptas and the President. What we've forgotten is perhaps a man that the chief whip of the opposition raised, a certain Mr. Shabir Sheikh, the original Gupta. You see, we've forgotten how Mr. Sheikh solicited bribes for Mr. Zuma and how he wrote off debt for Mr. Zuma. We've forgotten how Mr. Sheikh, or Shabir Sheikh, was sentenced for 15 years in prison for corruption and 3 years for fraud for what Judge Hilary Squires called a mutually beneficial symbiosis with Jacob Zuma. Judgment. The appeals court, honorable members, was less diplomatic when it called this symbiosis what it really was, a sustained, corrupt relationship. The only reason why Mr. Zuma is not yet in jail is because he's captured every state institution that has power to put him there. And that's why...
Honorable Deputy Speaker, when you don't bring a substantive motion,
I'm bringing a substantive judgment.
That speaks to the president having captured every institution, then indeed you must withdraw.
We'll keep doing this the whole day on this judgment, I withdraw. But even the medical parole system has been defrauded to hand Shabir Sheikh a get-out-of-jail-free card. In fact, for someone who was released from jail more than 7 years ago to die a dignified death, I must say he's doing remarkably well, I must say. In fact, here's the bit that's amazing. It's a miracle. The amazing thing about Shabir Sheikh is that his prognosis is looking so good that he's applied for a presidential pardon from his old friend because he intends living for such a long time. You see, that's why, honorable members, these days, Mr. Sheikh is doing more time in the Durban Country Club rather than in the Durban Westville prison, which is where he should be. But Speaker, on Friday at the North Gauteng High Court, Mr. Zuma lost the right to be considered innocent until proven guilty. I don't say this lightly, because if anyone abuses the power to manipulate the justice system to stay out of jail, does not have the right to remain innocent.
Deputy Speaker, again. No. There is no proof before this House that this president manipulated the justice system to stay out of any prison. There is none whatsoever, and none before that court.
He has spent the last 8 years, 4 months and 6 days.
Deputy Speaker, we are requesting him to withdraw. We are requesting the honorable leader of the opposition to withdraw.
Honorable Maimani, take your seat. Take your seat, Honorable Maimani. Yes, Honorable Madlopa.
Thanks, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the rules of this House, it doesn't allow any member to be accused. You must do this in a substantive motion. And also, Honorable Speaker, I think some of the members of the DA, they have been accused of racist, and they went for hearing and they were found racist. Does it mean that we must call them racist in this House? Because, and also, Honorable Speaker, the President of the Republic has never been found guilty by any other court, like the Honorable Kola Barnard that was found by her own party to be racist. So it means to say that we are going to call her racist in this House. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, is this a chamber of political debate, or is this some sort of high school debating league where the headmaster gets to decide which pupils say what? This is supposed to be the arena of dares. I'm not surprised that there's parties that don't want to participate in here, because we are prevented from saying that. Don't allow this chamber to be switched off from what it should be, an arena of debate, an arena of exchange of ideas. What the chief whip of the opposition is, what the chief whip of the majority party is doing is harassing the speaker now with points of order. This is a political debate. This isn't Anglo-American, and it's not whatever business Mr. Ramaphosa is used to running. This is a chamber of political debate. Political statements are allowed. Freedom of speech is allowed, and that's why it's entrenched in the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act, and why it's entrenched in the Constitution, and how it's entrenched in our rules. There's no transgression with what the Honourable Maimane has said of any rule of this House. It's within the bounds of political debate. We had to listen to the insults being hurled at our benches by the chief whip of the majority party. I could have stood up every 2 minutes and taken a point of order, but we accept that this is a chamber of political debate. Let's not turn it into some high school debating league.
The Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition has not said that the President is alleged to have He says he manipulated. He manipulated. As a matter of fact, there is no fact before this House that he manipulated any institutions.
Honourable members, I want to repeat what I said to you earlier on here. We have a chance to conduct what Honourable Steenhuisen called a political debate in here, or we can choose to be disruptive by using language that others find offensive.
It's not.
And honourable members, all sides of the House, if the rules we have used in the past to declare that you must present before this House a motion with substantive comments, if you are using and impairing any member of the House's dignity here, then you must do so by way of a substantive motion. That's a requirement of the rules of the House, which you have accepted that. Now, that's the choice I'm saying you have. So you can choose to do something else altogether, but then it will not be a debate anymore, because you are going to be having what you're doing now, okay? Yeah, exactly. So I'm suggesting to you, Honourable Maimane, I pleaded with you that you have every right to speak. You have a privilege to make your political points, but please acknowledge that there are rules in the House. Unless you acknowledge them, then we are not going to be able to do that. So please.
I do feel that my rights...
Deputy Speaker, sorry. After that Constitutional Court judgment, what you're doing is essentially kicking sand in the face of the Constitutional Court.
No.
They found this House deficient in holding the executive account. What these debates are supposed to do is to give effect to 55(2) of the Constitution and 42(3). This, what you're doing now...
Honourable Steenhuisen, can I interrupt you?
Deputy Speaker, you have a duty to defend Honourable Maimane,
yes,
and you have a duty to defend me. What you're doing is defending accused number one from any form of scrutiny of this House. That is
Honourable member.
Accused in which court?
Honourable member. There's a difference.
Accused in which court?
Honourable member, please take your seat. Honourable Steenhuisen, there's a difference between debate and insults. Insults are not allowed in the House.
Yes.
That's a difference. Honourable members, offensive language in the rules prevents that from doing that. Yes.
I feel, Honourable Speaker, my rights...
Maimane, take your seat. Go ahead, Honourable Member.
No thanks, Honourable Chair. One, on a point of order, Chair, we have a problem, Chairperson, that while we are presiding, there are people that speak without your recognition. It poses problem to the House. Number two, Chair, the chief whip of the opposition speaks as if it's a fact. There is no indictment on the table of President Zuma. That's one. Number two, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, you can't allow people to make it as a fact. The use of the word criminal in our own constitution is clearly defined. There has to be a verdict, and you have to be convicted to use that particular word. In our own constitution, Honorable Chair, there is a reference to an accused person. In this case, there is not even a single shred of document on the table as a fact. The Speaker can't continue to mislead and insult this House, and you allow under your chairpersonship. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member.
May I hand the judgment up to you, and perhaps you'd like to make a copy to Honourable Mashlobo. Let me quote from it again at 92. Mr. Zuma should face the charges as outlined in the indictment. I'd like to hand it up to you for the
Honorable Deputy Speaker, on a point
Member,
of order.
I don't need that. Please keep it for yourself. I don't, honourable members, I said that I'm going to come back with a ruling on this matter, and therefore I cannot accept anybody continuing to use language that we have said is inappropriate until that further ruling is made. So it's not acceptable that Honourable Maimane continues in the same vein, even when he himself agreed that we should come back to this thing. If he returns to the same thing, he's rendering that process useless. Therefore, we can't proceed on that basis. So I do suggest to you, Honourable Maimane, respect your own recommendation that this must come back with a ruling here, which we will do, and not proceed making the same basic point that we are saying is objectionable.
Could I be able to proceed, Honourable Speaker, because my rights are being infringed upon? But I think what is fair to say is that if Mr. Zuma has got nothing to hide, then I'm sure he's not going to appeal the judgment, and he will have what he's always wanted, his day in court. You see, Honourable Speaker, in his judgment on Friday, Judge Ledwaba said there was nothing on the spy tapes recording that justified the dropping of the charges. He said that the NPA head at the time, Mokatedim Chair, had ignored the importance of his oath of office in withdrawing the charges, and that his decision was irrational. He also said that Chair found himself under pressure to discontinue the prosecution against Mr. Zuma. Here's the question. It's under pressure from who exactly? I think we know exactly who put him under pressure. It is the same pressure that shut down the Scorpions, the best corruption-busting unit in the country has ever seen. It's the same pressure that saw the Scorpions replaced by the Sweetheart Hawks, who are headed up by a loyal cadre deployed to do the work of Mr. Zuma. It's the same pressure that saw the compromised Nongobo Jiba parachuted in to the top of the NPA to pursue all of Mr. Zuma's enemies. It's the same pressure that produced the Siriti Commission's whitewash report exonerating Mr. Zuma and his cronies from all wrongdoings in the arms scandal. It is the same pressure that gave Police Minister Nathi Nhleko a discredited Nkandla report along with his very embarrassing fire pool demonstration video. All of this pressure was from number one, or perhaps, as I say, accused number one. Honorable members, we're here today to vote on the President's budget.
Deputy Speaker, again, if indeed the Honorable Leader of Opposition were to make that in his view, but he makes it factual, that all these pressures from everybody came from our president. There is no proof before this House. No proof whatsoever.
I will rephrase, or should I say alleged accused number one. Honorable members, we're here today.
Again, there is no accused number one. President Zuma is not accused. He is not appearing in any court of law.
Yes, Honourable Member. Honourable Maimane, take your seat. Let's hear what the Minister says.
No. Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I've been watching Honourable Pastor Maimane. if there is a point of order from the speakers from this side of the House, he keeps standing. But if there's a point of order from the respected lords from this side, he sits down. Can you please make him respect the rules of this House?
Okay. Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Alice.
I'd just like to point out the Honorable Maimani said he withdraws and rephrases and said it's alleged. That is now different, and that should satisfy the Chief Whip.
Honorable Maimani, proceed.
How can we, in good conscience, say that we will support a budget for Mr. Zuma today? I don't believe that any individual with such a tainted record can possibly represent the office of the President of South Africa. Because, honorable members, this position requires someone with honesty, with integrity, a leader focused on delivering jobs. And what we've seen in the last 7 years are simply lies and deceit. We cannot contemplate the allocation of public money to the presidency until the presidency is headed up by an honorable member. Every cent of public money is spent on his household, his spousal unit, his security, his travel, his home improvements, his legal defense, for simply Mr. Zuma's enrichment. We will not, and I say it up front, be complicit to this issue. We cannot support a presidency budget that saw 110 million rands wasted on an arms deal whitewash. We cannot support a presidency budget that has spent 45 million rands of public money, the equivalent of 375 RDP houses, on legal fees since 2009 to fight Mr. Zuma's court battles. We cannot support a presidency budget.
Point of order. Point of order.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I think we are all aware that we should be addressing our president as honorable. If the honorable member is not prepared to address our honorable president in terms of what we require, we should be able then to say we are not going to be willing to listen to him. He is also binded by the rules of parliament. If he's not going to call our president honorable president, we must rule that we are not going to listen to him because he's not going to be honorable himself. I think we have been listening to this thing for far too long, and we are not willing to take this thing any more further.
Honorable Maimani, proceed.
Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Deputy Chief Whip of the Opposition accused me of receiving SMSs from outside the House. Completely untrue, but what you've just heard now, the words of Atul Gupta, proudly brought to you by Minister Zwane.
What we cannot do is support a presidency budget that has spent 45 million rands.
Yes, Honorable Member. Take your seat. Take your seat. It's a point of order. Yes.
Honorable Chairperson, why is it that some members think they've got the right to stand up and speak when they've not been recognized? Why is it that some people, why is it that some members of that side of the House think that they can undermine the chair? On what basis do they do that?
Honorable members, obey the rules. Honorable members, Honorable Maimani.
We cannot support a presidency budget that has spent 45 million rands of public money, the equivalent of 375 RDP houses, on legal fees since 2009 to fight Mr. Zuma's battles in court. We cannot support a presidency budget when the president refuses to take responsibility.
Honorable member. Yes, honorable member.
Honorable Maimani is going to address our honorable president as honorable. We are not going to allow you to continue here ridiculing our president in our presence. We're not going to do that. If the deputy speaker is not prepared to do that, we are not going to allow you to do that.
Deputy Speaker, may I address you?
What's your, yes?
Deputy Speaker, what is happening is harassment from the ANC, quite frankly. They don't have an argument for what the Honourable Maimani is saying, and therefore they're getting up on every single sentence that he makes on the superior's points of orders. And your job as the chair is to be impartial and protect everyone in this house, not just the ANC members. And I would urge you to start doing your job and start protecting the speaker on the podium.
Honorable members, honorable member, before you rise, Honorable Maimani, Honorable Waters, you know the rules. You yourself use the same requirements that the honorable members are drawing attention to, that we must call each other here in the house as the rules say we should. And so you can't say when members say that it's not acceptable, it's harassment. You see, that's a contradiction. What I'm saying to you, honorable members, that's your rule. When you ignore it, it's your political position. Don't be surprised if others take offense to that, because it's in the rule. Yeah.
Deputy Speaker, there's nothing in the rules that say that we must call members of this House honourable. The Guide to Procedure says that we should refer to our members in a respectful way. I submit to you that Mr. Zuma is a respectful form of address. It's not calling him by his first name or anything like that. So Mr. Maimani is not in transgression of the rules, and there is no such rule that exists. Practice is that we refer to each other in a respectful manner. I think this Mr. is perfectly respectful.
Honorable members, it looks like members forget. And so the interpretation and the recitement of what the rules say becomes increasingly always different. Honorable members? Honorable members, we will continue to call on you to respect the rules. Yes. Go ahead, Honorable Maimani.
Because what we cannot do is support a presidency budget when the president refuses to take responsibility for his actions. Because the simple answer that we get from Mr. Zuma to every single allegation is simply this: it wasn't me. You see, when the Guptas were landing at Waterkloof, the answer was, it wasn't me. When al-Bashir escaped, it wasn't me. When the millions were spent on Nkandla, it wasn't me. When there was a failure to comply with the public protector's report, it wasn't me. When in fact, a 4 billion luxury presidential jet, it wasn't me. In fact, the push to sign off on a R1 trillion nuclear deal, it wasn't me. In fact, when the Gupta brothers were offering cabinet posts, it wasn't me. In fact, when the crash in December of the Rand following the Nene Gate, same answer, it wasn't me. In fact, nothing is ever Mr. Zuma. But he doesn't fool anybody. Everybody knows it was him. And everybody knows there are countries going backwards under President Zuma's ANC. Everyone knows that 1 in 3 South Africans can't find work, and that our economy is expected to grow at just 0.6% this year. Everyone knows that the education of poor, mainly black children, is getting worse under the leadership of Mr. Zuma. Everyone knows that the cities and towns governed by the ANC are in serious decline. And in fact, everybody knows that as we saw today, the ANC choir will come and protect Mr. Zuma at all costs, beyond irration at some point. The ANC of Nelson Mandela is no more. The leadership of this ANC has betrayed every member, every supporter, and every citizen of this country. It's no wonder the ANC can't fill up stadiums, or let alone halls in Nelson Mandela Bay. The fact is, Speaker, the ANC cannot be saved from itself, and the ANC cannot save South Africa. And that is why in these coming years, we will sweep what President Mbeki called an ignoble and corrupt parasite from office. We will put power in the hands of the people of this country. But let me say this, in the meantime, we've got some unfinished business with alleged accused number one. Mr. Zuma, you want your day in court? Well, I've got good news and I've got bad news. The good news is this, that your day in court is fast approaching. The bad news is this, when that day arrives, you are going to lose. In fact, just look at your track record in court up until now. In this house, you have the ANC caucus to protect you, but out there, when you are up against an independent judiciary, the odds are stacked against you. Out there, the Constitutional Court, the highest court in the land, was not afraid to say that you had violated the Constitution and broken your oath of office. Because out there, in the court, the only one thing matters, and it's simply this, it's the truth. And out there, the people of Nelson Mandela Bay, of Joburg, of Tshwane, are going to vote you and your party out. And ultimately, Mr. Zuma, the truth, honorable members, is that this man is a thief. I thank you.
Honorable Speaker, we will say the obvious, that as a point of order, the honorable leader of the opposition has insulted the president by calling him a thief, and he must withdraw.
Honorable members, the Rule 51 is always available as to use, and we will use it frequently. Honorable members, yes, honorable member, honorable Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we as the other parties have endured 15 minutes of a 16-minute debate because of points of order, which are allowed in debates. But, Honorable Deputy Speaker, it's not acceptable that this happens in this House. Some consider some of the things that were said by some members as vitriol. Others consider it as unparliamentary. The ANC has 162 minutes to reply in this debate, and I believe they can call members whatever they want now, whether it's Mr., Honorable, or anything else. But I think it's extremely offensive for the Honorable Maimana to leave the podium saying that the president is a thief. Extremely offensive. It needs to be investigated. Deputy Speaker, I need your protection. We cannot allow these people on the right here to be just interjecting and hurling when I am making a point which I think is fair, not only to the Honorable President.
Honorable members,
Honorable Deputy Speaker,
be orderly.
That honorable member who I'm going to appoint must withdraw. Shame on you. He's done it before. He must withdraw because they come from the local corner here and get hot, and they come here and make noise. That's exactly what happens. So he must withdraw.
Yeah.
He must withdraw, Speaker, and he must withdraw pointing a finger at me. And before I continue, I want that member to withdraw.
Honorable Singh, I'm going to prevail on you to continue. When I referred earlier on to the Rule 51, is that I made a request to Honorable Maimane that let's stay decent. Let's not use offensive language. And in spite of my having appealed to him repeatedly, he ends it dramatically in his view in the way that I was warning him against to not do so. So I think it's a deliberate defiance of the chair, and therefore it requires to be handled in the way in which the chief whip said we should do, and I'm going to follow that up as well. Yeah. Please proceed, honourable member.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. So the first thing is to examine not an allegation, but a direct statement that the president is a thief.
Yes.
It could be anybody. It could be me one day.
Yeah.
That they say Singh is a thief.
Yes.
And if we accept it now, then we will have to accept it always.
Yes.
So it needs to be investigated. But Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Honourable members, you will be orderly, please.
I would really like you to rule on the offense caused by that honourable member. I don't want to point my finger. I'm going to put it behind my back because I'll be tempted to point my finger and maybe use something else.
Yes.
But I want that honourable member to withdraw his reference to me of shame on you, because I'm allowed freedom of expression in this house.
Yeah. Honourable Singh, we will attend to that because I think members are avoiding what is obviously creating an environment that is not conducive to debate, even in the name of freedom of speech. Let's come back to those things. Let's allow the debate to proceed. We'll now call on the Minister in the Presidency, Honorable Jeff Hadeb.
The Honorable Deputy Speaker, His Excellency the President of the Republic, Deputy President, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, and Honorable Members. During the month of May every year, we celebrate Africa Month. We draw inspiration from the progress Africa is making along our post-colonial and development journey. We also use this opportunity to renew our commitment to work together to make the vision of a united Africa to become a reality. The ANC government has been hard at work since we achieved freedom and established a constitutional democracy. We are making progress in building a capable and democratic developmental state and are undertaking comprehensive interventions to radically alter the socio-economic reality of the majority of our people. His Excellency the President has assigned to the Ministry of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation the responsibility to oversee the implementation of the National Development Plan using the medium-term strategic framework for 2014-2019 as a benchmark. In this, we collaborate with other role players across society because we know that we can achieve more when we work together. His Excellency the President has also assigned us the responsibility to chair a number of interministerial committees which provide political leadership to various critical and strategic matters and undertakings that require oversight at the highest level in government. These include, amongst others, the IMC on prevention of combating of corruption, revitalization of distressed mining communities, on migration, Pakisa, amongst others. Work is in progress in the fight against fraud and corruption, and to date, a total of 203 corruption priority cases involving 1,065 persons were investigated and 116 persons were convicted. Investigations in 11 cases are currently underway in relation to possible contraventions of the OECD Foreign Bribery Convention. Freezing orders to the value of 601 million rand were obtained by the end of the third quarter of the 2015-16 financial year, bringing the cumulative total to 4.2 billion rand since 2009. Proceeds of crime and government losses to the veil of close to 71 million rand were recovered by the end of the third quarter of 2015-16 financial year, adding to a cumulative total of 1.96 billion rand since 2009. Honorable members, the Specialized Commercial Crime Unit has made significant advances since 2012, securing the conviction of about 3,300 individuals for serious corruption and economic crimes. A total of 234 government officials were convicted for corruption-related offenses from 2014-15 financial year to date. The IMC on distressed mining communities has overseen the construction of housing for Marikana mining workers and has recently handed over the completed phase of this project to the Rustenburg local municipality. Plans, as the President has indicated, for the celebration of the 40th centenary are at a very advanced stage, with preparations being undertaken in partnership with the university's management and council. The celebration of this historic event, which is taking place on the 20th of May, will be addressed by His Excellency the President. The IMC, on the 40th anniversary of the Soweto Students' Uprisings, has engaged in preparations for this event, and the planned activities will be made public at the beginning of Youth Month on the 1st of June. Honorable members, the mandate of the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation is to track also government's progress with service delivery, measure results objectively, and ensure public accountability for performance. Evidence from our monitoring and evaluation work demonstrates that our country is making progress across all 14 outcomes. This includes improvement in access to and quality of basic education, health status, access to social grants, delivery of housing opportunities and basic services, and reduction in asset poverty levels. Through our national evaluation system, a total of 45 evaluations covering 75 billion rand worth of government expenditure has been undertaken. This allows our government to assess whether its investments are producing the desired outcomes. Addressing unemployment, poverty, and inequality challenges remains a priority of the ANC government. These challenges are exacerbated by the fact that global economic recovery has remained slow following the financial and economic crises that date back nearly 10 years. However, we must not lose sight of what we have achieved in 22 years of our constitutional democracy. The economy enjoyed a real recovery in growth and investment in the post-1994 period, with far more robust and stable growth than in the previous 30 years. From the outset, the main economic objectives of the democratic government has been job creation, the elimination of poverty, and the reduction of levels of inequality, while simultaneously maintaining investment and growth. Since the dawn of democracy, employment, both formal and informal, has grown by around 5-6 million, or by 60%, much faster than previously. Massive investment by government in infrastructure delivery, particularly in the last decade, has injected the much-needed impetus into our economy. The South African economy has remained resilient in confronting the many legacies left by apartheid despite the global economic crisis. Honorable members, going forward, we need to improve on our performance of the past 22 years. The National Development Plan sets a high but absolutely necessary target of investment of at least 25% of the gross domestic product. Greater private sector investment is critical for higher growth, as the private sector accounts for nearly 80% of production and employment. Understanding this, our government continues to engage with business leaders with a view to unlock private sector investment, build investor confidence, promote trust, and seek long-term commitments to implement the National Development Plan. Our government has also developed and implemented a 9-point plan to improve the performance of the economy. More progress has been made with the development of agri-parks to stimulate agricultural development in 44 districts throughout the country. We have also introduced initiatives to support greater industrialization, which include revising and strengthening industrial financing to boost employment and growth, introducing the Black Industrialist Program to transform the manufacturing sector, and promoting localization through product designation. As a result of the government's effort to create this favorable investment climate, our economy has experienced significantly new investments for locomotive production by General Electric, with 70% or 35 billion rand of the contract value for the 1,064 locomotives allocated to local manufacturing by the original equipment manufacturers. The automotive production and development program has led to new investment by Goodyear of 670 million rand, 4.5 billion rand from Volkswagen, 6 billion from BMW, and 12 billion rand from Beijing Auto Works. Honorable members, in terms of adding value to our mineral wealth, we have identified 6 value chains to support the beneficiation programs with specific interventions for each. They include, amongst others, iron ore and steel, the platinum group metals, upstream mining inputs such as capital goods, machinery, and equipment, and the energy value chain. Priority interventions to unlock the potential of SMMEs, cooperatives, and township and rural enterprises include working towards the implementation of at least 30% set-aside policy through a public procurement program and process, supporting supply development programs to increase market access, the promotion of greater access to financing, and infrastructure programs that can support the growth of township and rural enterprises, and also a concerted effort to reduce red tape for SMMEs, including a review of existing small business legislation amongst the priorities of interventions that are being undertaken. Honorable members, President Zuma has alluded to the progress that is being made in resolving our energy challenges. The renewable program has unlocked private sector investment in electricity generation from a zero base to 192 billion rand in mere 4 years. Other economy-wide interventions that government is undertaking to support growth and employment include improving the regulatory efficiency and turnaround times to support investment through a one-stop shop facility. As noted in President Zuma's speech, infrastructure development is a critical lever to support overall economic growth and transformation. In this regard, our government is striving to accelerate the use of ICTs and broadband, attending to the challenge of scarce water resources, supporting the development of adequate transport infrastructure, and using research, development, and innovation to enhance the productivity of priority sectors. Honorable members, as His Excellency has indicated, in less than 2 years of introducing the methodology in the oceans economy of Operation Phakisa, which has unlocked more than 17 billion rand in public sector and private sector investment and creating about 4,500 new jobs in the process. In the health sector of Operation Phakisa, a total of 322 public sector clinics of the targeted 1,083 clinics have been transformed into ideal clinics in only 1 year. Honorable members, we are very serious about addressing service delivery blockages in government. Following the directives from President Zuma and the Cabinet, the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation has created a special unit to ensure that government departments pay all legitimate invoices within 30 days, as stipulated in the Public Finance Management Act. DPME's interventions has facilitated the payment of more than 41 million rand to service providers, mostly SMMEs, in the past financial year. Further steps to eliminate this problem will entail stronger enforcement of the applicable PFMA statute, which treats the non-payment of suppliers as financial misconduct. This means that the accounting officers of implicated departments and state entities and enterprises must be subjected to disciplinary action. Honorable members, the future belongs to our young people, and our duty is to ensure that they are prepared for their role in it. Youth-targeted programs of our government includes the recently introduced employment tax incentive scheme and the labor activation strategy targeting vulnerable groups. Other programs include local business incubators, providing industrial and retail sites, and support with marketing and access to finance. Our government is also directly hiring many young people as part of the overall staff complement of departments. The Department of Public Service and Administration has set a target of 5% of a department's or province's staff establishment to be interns and monitors that implementation. At current employment levels, this target translates to around 50,000 internships opportunities. We call on the private sector as well to support these initiatives of ensuring that our young people are given these opportunities. Honorable members, as this is the year in which we undertake local government elections, our nation's focus is naturally on the performance of the local sphere of government, which is the face of service delivery. This is where communities have a first-hand experience of poverty and its adverse impacts. We have increased the proportion of indigent households receiving free basic services. Access to free water has improved from 61.8% of households in 2004 to 73.4% in 2013. Access to free electricity has also improved from 29.3% in 2004 to 51% in 2013, while access to free solid waste management has increased from 38.7% in 2004 to 62.3% in 2013. And the coverage of the expanded Community Works Program has also expanded from 45 municipalities in 2011 to 196 in 2015, meaning that the number of these participants in this program has increased from 100,000 in 2011 to more than 200,000 in 2015. Deputy Speaker and honorable members, let me conclude by reiterating what I've stated in the beginning. We are building a capable and democratic developmental state, striving towards comprehensive interventions to radically alter the socio-economic reality of the majority of our people. The National Development Plan calls on all of us to work in partnership with all sectors of societies, business, labor, civil society, academic institutions, research organizations, student and youth movements, and professionals. We are deeply committed to doing much more to improve the lives of all South Africans and to contribute to the advancement of the lives of all Africans on our continent. Finally, I would like to thank His Excellency President Zuma and the Deputy President Ramaphosa for providing leadership to the work that we do. Our gratitude also goes to my colleague, Minister Shabangu, and the Deputy Minister Manamela for the support and all the officials in the presidency. I thank you, honorable members, and we commend you to support budget vote 1.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next speaker is the Honorable Buthelezi.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic, Your Excellency, the Deputy President, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members. I wrote this, believe it or not, this morning, that I doubt that today we will hear much about the budget. That is a debate, that the debate is likely to take a backseat to accusations and complaints against the president himself. Despite agreeing with my colleagues in some of the sentiments by opposition, Mr. Speaker, I was not raised to say things like Zuma must forsake. And I will not do this at my age. I was not brought up to say that to an adult man, that this man who is older than me, this man is a thief. We as the IFE believe in restoring dignity and honest debate to this House and to politics generally. Thus, we'll speak today about the budget. Mr. Speaker, Your Excellency, while I think we all appreciate so much that has been done, and that Rome was not built in a day, but the failed service delivery has ignited protest across the country. As unfulfilled promises demand answers. It is surprising then when it comes to issues of service delivery. The President conducts only 5 visits per year across South Africa, and just so at a cost of 32.2 million in travel, subsistence, and communication services. This speaks volumes about the priorities and costs of the presidency. But the president cannot answer on this budget. It's not his business. That responsibility lies with the accounting officer and officials in his department, who should be interrogated over his budget in a portfolio committee, as happens with every other government department. So why not in the presidency? Year after year, the IFE asks the same question. Now it is for the Honorable Speaker and the Rules Committee to take it further. And I think my colleagues will remember my failed bill when I wanted us to separate the position of the head of state from that of the head of government. Precisely because some of the things that are said to the head of state, not necessarily the leader of the ANC, cannot be actually be tolerated. The turnaround strategy at the Southern Post Office saw well over 5,000 employees retrenched. For overseeing that strategy, technical officials have been seconded to the presidency. And one wonders, Honorable Chair, whether they could not oversee a strategy in the presidency to reduce expenditure on employee compensation, as this alone accounts for 63.8% of the budget. Despite Cabinet recommending reductions in the budget for compensating employees, spending is set to increase at the average annual rate of 8%. Rather than reducing staff, which is the logical way to reduce expenditure on staff, the presidency is increasing the number of personnel by 35 posts. There is a clear contradiction between what the Cabinet seeks to achieve and what is being done. It is simply not sustainable to keep growing the number of staff and growing the budget for staff compensation at a rate that outstrips inflation. Apparently, the presidency intends to reprioritize internally and develop a plan to stay within the budget. But in the meantime, it keeps going in the wrong direction. And I'm reminded of the IFE's warning to government in 2011 that within the next 5 years, national debt would grow to 1.5 trillion. We were mocked for that prediction at that time. Yet today, national debt exceeds 2 trillion. The IFE warned that we cannot keep borrowing with no real plan of how we'll pay it back. I'm shocked, for instance, that our neighbor, Mozambique, is now looking in the direction of the IMF because no country or entity abroad is prepared to help them because of the debt. This government seems to believe that so long as it intends to find a solution sometime in the future, it is feasible to keep moving in the wrong direction now. It is not said that the road to hell, is it not said that the road to hell is paved with good intentions? The biggest budgetary increase in the presidency is in the executive support. And the reason put forward is that there will be more cabinet meetings in a non-election year. As the budget puts it, quote, the 2014 elections interrupted the normal schedule of meetings. This is a concerning statement, for it suggests that the running of the country takes a backseat to campaigning for votes. Unfortunately, the line between the president's roles as our head of state and the political leader is often transgressed, which is why I suggested that we should separate these two positions. Within the presidency, 9.1 million will go into leading the agenda on nation building and social cohesion. How much of this will be undone by irresponsible political statements or careless political statements? Social cohesion was set back, for instance, Your Excellency, when the president said that black South Africans must vote for a black person, lest the whites take back the country and keep blacks in poverty. When the president speaks, he should do so as the president of all in South Africa, not just of the ANC. However, the IFE accepts this budget, but clearly we have strong reservations over the kind of leadership it supports. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now invite the Honourable the Deputy President of the Republic.
Deputy Speaker, President Jacob Zuma, honorable members, distinguished guests, it is more than 50 years since Kwame Nkrumah addressed the inaugural conference of the Organization of African Unity. And at that meeting, he issued a clarion call for a united Africa. He said, "So many blessings must flow from our unity. So many disasters must follow our continued disunity." Meaning that for as long as Africa and the nations that make up our great continent remained disunited, they would be followed by disasters. 3 weeks from today, we in this House will join Africa's 1.2 billion citizens across 54 countries in observing Africa Day on a continent in which great many blessings have indeed flowed since the OAU was established in 1963. At this moment in this country, President Nkrumah's words have never been more appropriate. As we strive to overcome the dreadful legacy of our past, as we work under difficult conditions to grow the economy and create jobs, we must reflect on the many blessings that will surely flow from our unity. We must reflect too, as elected leaders of our people, on the consequences of disunity. It is only when we work together in a concerted, coordinated effort that we will overcome the severe economic challenges that beset many countries on our continent. Only by working together will we be able to end poverty and reduce inequality and create work and opportunities for all our people. Working together, we will be able to change South Africa for the better. Since 1994, we have sought as a nation to forge a South Africa that is stable, equal, and prosperous from the ruins of racial division, deprivation, and underdevelopment. The story of the last 22 years is a story of extraordinary achievement. It is decidedly a multifaceted account of our country's modern history. It is a story of new homes, new schools, newly piped water, new sanitation, new educational opportunities and facilities, new social support processes and opportunities for the most vulnerable of our people. It is a story also of new factories, new technologies, new roads, new ports, new communications infrastructure, as well as new markets for South African goods and services that we are able to send around the world. This story, honorable members, comes with impressive statistics, often counted in millions and hundreds of thousands, that show the transformation that has unfolded in this country since 1994. But ultimately, this is a story of new and reshaped lives, new hopes, new dreams, new opportunities, and new adventures for millions of our people. It is the story of a new South Africa, our South Africa. We are constantly reshaping this South Africa, its social and economic landscape for the benefit of all, and yet our story is far from complete, our mission far from being realized. Despite great social and economic progress, we all admit that too many of our people still live in poverty. Although we have massively expanded access to basic needs and services, too many of our people still need jobs. They still need quality education, houses, water, and electricity. But we need to remember what the president often says. When he says, having done all this, nani eningenazo sizofika kuni. Sizofika kuni. This story is being written by millions of ordinary South Africans who are working together with government, with many social partners to better their own lives. In so doing, they are giving meaning to the fundamental declaration that the people shall indeed govern. As the father of our nation, Nelson Mandela, said, our people must be the agents of their own liberation. They must do more. They do more effectively when they work with government and other social partners. It is the responsibility of the presidency, through its position at the apex of government, to see that all South Africans have the means to achieve their potential. It is the responsibility of the presidency, through the institutions of state, working with social partners and in concert with the people, to ensure that South Africa continues to move forward. Agbare Speaker, Adjunct Speaker, ek sien meneer Wilgemoed is nie hier vandag nie. I wanted to address him in Afrikaans. Een van die bewyse van hoe Suid-Afrika vooruit beweeg het my 'n paar dae gelede opgeval tydens my besoek by die Noord-Kaap, waar ek mevrou Dineo Bushane van Kuruman ontmoet het. Dineo Bushane is deel van die Rooting Out the Dust program in Kuruman. During this visit, I was accompanied by a number of deputy ministers, as well as some ministers. Dit is 'n projek van die Noord-Kaap regering waar 'n klein aantal inwoners stene maak. Hulle maak self stene. Hulle lê hierdie stene om stofstrate te vervang in Kuruman en baie dorpe daar by daardie gebied. Ezindiziyamba ngauri huna makhulu na makhulu abantu vanji hapa Afrika Tshipembe vane vha khou wana mishumo ya tshifhinga tshine vha langana ngatsho. Hei mishumo ndi hei mishumo ine ra i vhidza uri ndi EPWP, ine ya khou rangiwa phanḓa nga dzi department mbalwa dza muvhuso, Public Works, Environmental Affairs na dzi ministara dzavho. Vari vha tshi wana hei mishumo vha gudiswa vhukoni ha zwithu zwinzhi. Havho vhathu vhane vha ita hei mishumo vha khou thusa u fhaṱa zwifhaṱo, vha khou ita infrastructure yavhuḓi ka maanḓesa zwine zwa thusa uri vhutshilo ha vhathu vha Afrika Tshipembe vhu vhe khwine vhu bvelele phanḓa nga nḓila yo nakaho. Hei mishumo vha dzhena khayo naho miholo yavho ine vha I wana I miṱuku. Zwivhuya zwine vha zwi wana ndi zwa uri hezwi mishumo hei I tshi fhela vha vha vho wana vhukoni, dzi skills dzine vha nga kona u dzi dzhia vha dzi shumisa huṅwe fhethu. Ndori ndo dalela ngei Kurumani nda ṱangana na vhaswa na vhafumakadzi vhanzhi vhane vha khou foroma zwidina. Vha ri u fhedza vha ita dzi nḓila dza zwidina zwo nakaho nga maanḓa. Ke ile ka fumana hore batho ba ko Kurumane ba ikgantsha ka nnete le ha ba etsa mesebetsi e rona ba bang re ka e shebelang ko tlase. Ba ikgantsha ka hobane mesebetsi e ba fa selo se ba se etsang letsatsi le letsatsi. Ba kgone hape ho kry-a di-skills mme boshwane ka nnete o ile a re kgatlha kaofela ka hobane mme boshwane o ntsa etsa mosebetsi o. La mosebetsi wa teng o le boima empa o ile a re jwetsa ke na le Deputy Minister Cronin a re nna Deputy President ke na le ngwana o kenang university ke mo thusa ka tšhelete e ke e kgolang mo. Ha ke fetsa mo ke batla mmuso o nthuse le di-company tse le di tsebang di nthuse gore ke lo bula cooperative ke ise mosebetsi pele. Ke ntho e ntle yona eno. Across the country, millions of people's lives are changing as a new generation seizes opportunities that were denied to the generation before. There are the active citizens of our land who dream of a better life for themselves and their children. These are the students who demand, yes, that fees must fall because they are desperately thirsty for education and the change it can bring to their lives and their own communities. These are the communities who protest poor service delivery and do so peacefully without damaging property because they understand only too well the need for an engaged citizenry. These are the people who want to get involved in finding solutions. That is hoe Zuid-Afrika vooruit beweeg. Elke uur, elke dag, elke maand, elke week en elke jaar. Ons gaan voort. And it is through partnerships and collaboration that South Africa grows and develops and thrives. It is through the unity that Nkrumah spoke about that we can truly build a winning nation. As the Office of the Deputy President, we are involved in coordinating and guiding such partnerships as the Human Resource Development Council, the South African National AIDS Council, deliberations in NEDLEC, and a range of interministerial committees. Honorable members, ho isa mesebetsi ena pele ya ho matlafatsa batho ba rona, re sebetsa le ba kgwebo, re sebetsa le mekgatlo ya ba setjhaba, ehlile re sebetsa le ba mekgatlo ya basebetsi, re phete hape re sebetse le makala a mmuso wa rona hore re fumane re thuse bana hore bona bana ba banyane ba fumane tsebo, ba fumane thuso e nepahetseng e tla ba ntshetsang ko pele bophelong ba bona le mo bokamosong ba bona. Re ile ra tshwara, kopa le mamele hantle, re ile ra tshwara ditshebeletso tse kgethehileng ka nnete tse ntle mo ne re mmemme batjha ba balwang ka diketekete dibakeng tsena tse latelang. Re qadile ditsobotlo provinceng ena ya Bokone Bophirima, ra ya Ndwedwe KwaZulu-Natal, ra tloha mono ra ya Soshanguve, ra re ha re fetsa mono ra ya Soweto. Ho mesebetsi ena kaofela re ne re na le batjha ba bangata ka nnete. Ndwedwe mane o na le batjha ba 15,000, Soweto o na le batjha ba 17,000, Ditsobotlo o na le batjha ba 10,000. Batho bana ba batjha ba tla mesebetsing ena ka hobane ba nyoretswe ke tsebo. Ditshebeletso tsena di bula batjha dikelello tsa bona, ehlile di ba thusa ho ikgethela seo se ba tshwanetseng hore ba ithute sona. We have forged many partnerships with the private sector, civil society and government agencies to organize youth expos that promote youth development and career opportunities for young people. And each time we've had this, we've had up to 70 government departments, private sector, and non-governmental organizations participating. These expos open young people's eyes to diverse opportunities that are available for them in the democratic South Africa. We value these events as part of the Presidency's participation program. One of those that we want to have, Mr. President, is to have you at one of these so that young people can come and meet you, so that young people can show their enthusiasm for the work that we are doing. And when they come, they are eager. These learners are eager. They queue up for information kiosks. And the one kiosk where they go to in large numbers is the HIV testing kiosk, which is fantastic indeed. Obviously, they also go to kiosks where they look for opportunities for training, and many of them go away having opened their minds in terms of what is possible to take their lives forward. There we meet people like Bontle Chomela from Klipspruit West, confident young girl, dynamic, with big dreams. She appeals to us as elected representatives to help underperforming schools like hers, where parents show a lack of interest and where drug abuse is rife. In the course of the work of the Human Resource Development Council, we also meet a young girl, Pale Sahlalele, a highly motivated 20-year-old girl from Ekurhuleni, TVET College. She studied mechanical engineering. Do you know what she wants to do? She wants to be a diesel mechanic. She wants to repair the yellow equipment that you see on construction sites. And indeed, we found her under a huge machine. She takes out the engines with great ease. She just blew our mind, all of us. Her story of determination and sacrifice reinforces the importance of the significant investment that this government is making in TVET colleges. It reinforces the value of our TVET college adoption program, which establishes partnerships between companies and specific colleges to equip young people with skills and experience that they need to find employment and succeed in the workplace. Really muso, re hatela pele, re etsa mesebetsi ena kaofela ka mantswe a mang, ha re beha hantle pepeneneng, re ka re siya qhuba, a se jegi. Honorable members, in his State of the Nation address in February, President Jacob Zuma called on all sectors of society to work together to address the economic challenges that we face. And he said, we cannot change the global economic conditions, but we can do a lot to change the local conditions. Let us work together, he said, to turn the situation around. We are encouraged by the seriousness with which our social partners have responded to this call, and the President spoke about it. The overriding concern of all our social partners is the creation of jobs and the growth of our economy. We are confident that we will soon be able to agree. Oh, yes, this is the important part. The other job that we've been given is that we are doing at NEDLEC, dealing with two key issues. Dealing, Mr. President, as you recall, the mandate you gave us, labor instability and crafting a national minimum wage. We are involved in those deliberations at NEDLEC, and I'm able to say that, yes, it may seem like it is taking time, and I hope I will not be a worn-out record by saying so all the time, but we are making progress, and the parties are finding one another. They're finding one another in a way where we are confident that we are going to craft a level of a minimum wage which will be acceptable to all, which will ensure that lowest paid workers are paid decently, and we give support to our job creation efforts. And introducing a national minimum wage is a step towards restoring the dignity of the workers of our country. One area where social partnership has been extremely valuable and arguably most successful in our effort is our effort to combat HIV and TB. We're working together through SANAC and other structures. We continue to ensure that more and more people have access to life-saving treatment. We have drastically reduced the levels of mother-to-child transmission, the Chief Whip spoke about it, of HIV, and look forward to the day when no child in our country is born HIV positive. But we dare not be complacent. This is why we have launched an ambitious program to reduce TB infections and to treat all those who need treatment. The rate of new HIV infections among young women and girls is uncomfortably high. During Youth Month, we will be launching, as the Department of Health as well as SANAC, a comprehensive campaign focusing on this vulnerable group. We call on all sectors of society to join us in this campaign, understanding that the future of our nation's youth depends on the success of this campaign. Everyone is invited to build an AIDS-free generation in our lifetime. And we believe it is possible that we can have an AIDS-free generation in our lifetimes as we are still alive. South Africa will host, as you heard from the President, the International AIDS Conference in Durban in July, providing us with the opportunity to learn from the rest of the world and share our lessons with others. And we announce conferencing ending AIDS as a public health threat is in our hands. Central to the success of our efforts in the deepening of our institutional capacity as a state and as a country to drive economic growth and social development. We are therefore engaged in an extensive program to strengthen and, where necessary, reform our state-owned enterprises under the guidance of the Interministerial Committee, chaired by the Deputy President, a task were given by the President. We are working to stabilize those SOEs that are experiencing challenges. We are working to strengthen transparency, accountability, and good governance, and to ensure that these critical institutions are able to fulfill their economic and developmental mandate. We are, as we do all this, drawing a lot of lessons from a number of comparator countries, and we are also drawing a lot of lessons from our own mistakes and shortcomings and successes, and we are learning from each other. The presidency is working across government and across spheres of institutional best practice models to deliver services, fight hunger, and create opportunities. Now, here is something really fantastic which the president spoke about. Isifundazwe sase KwaZulu-Natal senze into enhle ngempela. Senze i-campaign ebizwa Operation Sukuma Sakhe. Lolu hlelo lwe-OSS luhlonishwa izwe lonke nakwanye amazwe. Liyaziwa le model esiyakhe e-KZN. And each time mangihlangana nabo ngithi sinishayela izandla ngoba nenze into enhle ngempela. Le OSS abayiqalile yenza imisebenzi enhle ngoba bakwaze ukuthi balwise i-HIV kanye nezinto zokungabi nemisebenzi, bayahlangana ku-war room, ku-community ne-community kune-war room abakwazi ukuhlangana kuyo, umphakathi wonke, amakhosi, abasebenzi, ama-organization wabantu bayahlangana bonke bakhulumisane ngezinkinga abanazo emphakathini. And mabenza njalo, they find solutions. They find good solutions. Baze bayenza ukuthi namanye ama-province ayamukele. IGauteng seyinentirisano. I-Northwest bona banesitsukutsane. I-Free State bona bane-Operation Hlasela. I-Northern Cape bane balelapa. I-Mpumalanga bathi yabo ivuka sisebente. Yabo. Kwenza umsebenzi omuhle ngempela. Manje abaningi bahlala le phezulu emahhovisi. Ababoni ukuthi umphakathi uyaqhubha. Umphakathi uyasebenza. Kunezinto ezinhle ezenzwa abantu bakithi. With the support of the presidency, provinces are now sharing. The president allowed this model to be demonstrated at the PCC, and the president fell in love with it. And he now wants it to be replicated all over because, colleagues and honorable members, it is the one instrument that we have of connecting with our people, of giving meaning to what transformation and development is all about. The unity of purpose we seek should start in this house. It was President Nelson Mandela who said, shortly after the inauguration of our first democratically elected parliament, let us make sure that we build a parliament that unites our people. That should remain our overriding objective. Indlu leyi ya parlamente leyi swa endleka kuri hi nga hambana hi timhaka to tala, swa endleka swaleswo. Hi nga va hi hambana hi mavonelo a hina ako swo tala, na hambi swi ri tani swa fanela kuri hi hanyisana kun'we, hi khomana mavoko, hi endla kuri Afrika-Dzonga ya hina i ya mahlweni. Hi nga endli leswi swa ku lwa nkarhi un'wana na un'wana. Vanhu le handle loko va yi languta va lava ku vona ku ri ha tirha i ntiyiso. As a leader of government business, it remains my wish that we should foster wonderful working relations. Sifanele, sihlale, sikhumbula ukuthi le parliamente ingi parliament yabantu. Si apha ukuzokwenza imithetho yokuphuhlisa izwe lethu. Kuyanyanzela ukuba singayilibali lonto. We must never forget what we are here for. It is precisely because of our ability as a nation to foster unity and purpose and promote democratic values that we continue to be seen as a global partner. Siyahlonitshwa kwamanye amazwe. President noma yahamba kwamanye amazwe uyahlonishwa. Honorable members, sisebenza ne-SADC, sisebenza ne-OAU, umsebenzi esiyenzile eLesotho iyaqhubeka, umsebenzi esiyenza eSudan na iyaqhubeka. They have now formed a transitional government, and we are going to be visiting them in a few days to see how they are proceeding. So we've been given lots of responsibilities, and in performing these responsibilities, we've had close collaboration with many social partners. And in conclusion, I would like to thank the President for entrusting me with this responsibility. I also would like to thank my colleagues in the Presidency, Minister Hadebe, Minister Shabangu, Deputy Minister Malamela. I'm also grateful to the DG in the Presidency and my own staff in my office. We are living in difficult times. We need to find a way of pushing this country forward. Ya senako, kinako ya hore, re ska latlhegelwa ke tshepo. Ke nako ya go fafatsa tshepo mo setšhabeng. Ke nako ya go re ska tlhaba lešata. Lešata gantsi le tlhaga ka mo. Empa re tshwanetse gore re kgopole gore re tshwanetse re tswelele pele. This is a time to do all we can. Nyalo sisikhatsi sokuthi sibe munye, sisebentisane, sibe imbumbe. Lokhu kutawu senta ukuthi sive esimelele nale sitawuphumelela. Ilo nto sifana ukuthi siyente. Finally, lesi isikhathi sokujama. Isikhathi sokujama sifanele silungise imiraro. Basho njalo ngesiNdebele. Siye phambili ngezintsimbiri. Masiye phambili thina siyi South Africa ngiyabonga.
Order, honorable members. Thank you, Honorable Deputy President. Honorable members, and on that note, we will suspend business for 15 minutes. The bells will be rung 5 minutes before the resumption of business. Business is now suspended. Please be seated. Honourable members, we shall now resume with the debate on the Presidency's budget vote. And the next speaker I want to invite to the podium is the Honourable Shelembe.
Chairperson, the mandate of the Presidency is to facilitate a common program towards the achievement of the electoral mandate and the enhanced integrity of the state. This mandate is realized through considered planning, coordination, oversight, mobilization, and support. In order for the Presidency to execute its mandate, 505.7 million has been allocated, which includes the salaries of the President and the Deputy President. We note that the President has not embraced the call for austerity in the government spending with great enthusiasm because the budget expenditure over the next 3 years shows a moderate but steady increase in both the programs. This steady increase is in stark contrast with other vital and under-resourced government departments which have had to tighten the fiscal belt. The NFP would have liked to see the Presidency leading the implementation of the austerity measures as an example for other government departments to follow. The President is a labor-intensive department, and the compensation of employees remains the main cost driver over the medium term, accounting for 63.8% of the department's total budget. Whilst the NFP accepts that the President is a labor-intensive, we believe that the personnel component is bloated and suggest that efforts be made to reduce the number of employees. The budget we see here today, however, is not the true reflection of the cost to the office of the President and the Deputy President. The true cost, Chairperson, can only be calculated when we take into consideration the expanded VIP protection surrounding the President and the Deputy President, which costs are carried by the South African Police Services. We need also to take into consideration maintenance and security upgrade costs to the official and private residence of the President, which is carried by the Department of Public Works. We can add to this the estimated 4 billion which is going to be spent on buying a new airplane from the Defense Force budget to transport the President and his large entourages all over the globe. Once these and other hidden costs are taken into consideration, only then can we start to see the real cost to the office of the President. Iningi lemali eningi lana ayiveli ukuthi kodwa ithukusiwe intungweni ukuze ikwazi ukusetshenziswa ngenye indlela. Ngabe iyasiza le mali kakhulukazi ngoba amahostela exakekile kanye nabantu abaningi abahlala emkhukhwini. Ultimately, we must ask ourselves, can South Africa afford the true cost of the Presidency? The NFP believes that the answer is no. With this, the NFP does not support this vote. I thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable Mantashe.
The Honourable the President of the Republic of South Africa, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Ministers here present, Honourable Members of Parliament, manene nani manenekazi, bahlali belizwe loMzantsi Afrika, molweni ngalemva kwemini. Ndiza kuni namhlanje ndizokuthetha ndichaze eminye yemisebenzi enziwa yi-Ofisi kaMongameli welizwe ekuphuhliseni isizwe soMzantsi Afrika. Imisebenzi enziwa yile ofisi iqinisekisa ukuba amasebe karhulumente asebenza kunye ukuqinisekisa ukuba abantu belizwe bafumana amathuba engqesho, uqeqesho kunye nemihlaba. Kukho inyani ekrakayo esingenawuze siyibalekele yokuba abantu belizwe bahlutha umhlaba benziwa abaphambukeli kwilizwe lakokwabo. Mandiqale ngokuchaza isimo sezoqoqosho kweli lizwe. Isimo soqoqosho sisesibangela ukuba ibe khona okanye ingabikho imisebenzi nophuhliso lwabantu. In the past few years, the global economic growth has been lower than expected. The global economic growth has been slowing down from 2.6% in 2014 to 2.4% in 2015. Some of the factors that had negative impact on economic growth included the decrease in commodity prices, macroeconomic uncertainty in many countries, and geopolitical crises. Ilizwe lethu kunyanzelekile linxibelelane namanye amazwe ngoba siphila kwi-global village. Koko ke isimo soqoqosho kwihlabathi siyasichaphazela isimo soqoqosho lomzantsi. For example, China restructured its economy, and this led to uncertainties due to reduced demand for commodities and decrease in economic growth. Loo nto ichaphazela ilizwe lethu ngokumandla kuba impahla eninzi esiyithengisa kumazwe ngaphandle siyithengisela ilizwe laseChina esikunye nalo kwi-BRICS. Xa sebethenga kancinci imveliso zethu ziyehla kwakunye noqoqosho ethu ngokunjalo. In the meantime, South Africa has experienced the bad effects of drought and energy supply constraints. This, coupled with long-standing challenges of high unemployment rate and low economic growth and growing inequalities, shows that the country really, it is the test of times for this country. Despite all these challenges, Comrade Chairperson, South Africa is minimizing the impact mainly due to the government's prudent fiscal and monetary policies. The government is determined to ensure the development of our people through skills development, employment creation, and education. Hence, the Presidency focuses on interventions that aim to coordinate the implementation of projects across departments. The Presidency is an overarching body that ensures that the departments work together for the development of our people, because people development is the business of the African National Congress government. Interventions by the Presidency that will continue to be implemented in the financial year 2016-17 include areas of infrastructure and investment, amongst others. On infrastructure, for example, electricity constraints continue to limit output. However, government's plan to reduce electricity shortage has made substantial progress. In August 2015, the first unit of Eskom's Medupi power station began operating, adding 800 megawatts of energy to the national grid. Government has stabilized Eskom's financial position with 23 billion equity investment. Siyaqhuba. Public sector infrastructure spending is projected to be over 800 billion rand over the medium-term expenditure framework. This expenditure is expected to attract private investment as infrastructure constraint is. Furthermore, government continues to encourage private sector participation in infrastructure projects such as renewable energy and transport. These investments will contribute to a more efficient enabling environment that can support higher long-term growth. Infrastructure development is critical for South Africa, and work in all provinces and municipalities and metros is coordinated through the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Committee, which is led by our President. Under the leadership of this President, the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Commission has projects which are headed by different departments. These cover more than 150 specific infrastructure interventions in rail, roads, ports, dams, irrigation systems, sanitation, and electricity. Abantu baseMpuma Koloni bayazi kakhulu ke lento urenyushwa kwe irrigation schemes. All over the Eastern Cape, they have been renewed. When you talk SADA and the rest, they know what I'm talking about. Lento ke yenze into ba inhlutha si realize singabantu beMpuma Koloni ngenxa yale infrastructure renewal project. The Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Committee is a driver of economic development. As I've said, development is the business of the African National Congress. job creation and skills development. PICC unblocks bottlenecks and accelerates accessibility of services to communities. There are 18 earmarked strategic integrated projects, including Medupi, Kusile Ingula, energy building, new clinics, new schools, the SKA, new dams and new bus routes. It is under the leadership of President Zuma that we have realized the establishment of the SKA in the Northern Cape. Thank you to Minister Naledi Pando and her team. That today, engineers who have been said to be out of work despite they have been graduated are going to be employed. And that new engineers will be produced through this program. Abantu kabakhwaza kakhulu kuba behlala ezindlini zeglass kufuneka singabamameli ngoba thina siyayazi inhlupheko. One of the highlights, as I've said, is the SKA project, a project that saw building of the world's biggest radio telescope used to help better understand the history of the universe. Njengoba nithetha nayo ngosiyayazi uba zikhona ezinye iiplanethi around the planet Earth ngenxa yale project SKA. This project is not only a highlight for infrastructure development, but is a highlight and brings hope for the employment of engineers and scientists in the country. Furthermore, the project will contribute to the development of critical skills in the future. On investment, attracting investment remains a key priority of our government. Despite the current conditions, South Africa still receives investments and is regarded as a promising investment destination by multinationals. The Chinese government recently pledged 50 billion rand investment towards industrialization in South Africa. In the green economy, 190 billion rand of investment has been attracted due to the Renewable Energy Independent Power Producer Procurement Program, which is globally recognized as a model for renewable energy. Siyaqhuba. This affirms that foreign investors believes in the potential of the South African economy, whereas the prophecy of dooms have been saying investment have lost your trust in the South African economy. Furthermore, the President Jacob Zuma recently established an interministerial committee on investment promotion to further improve the investor climate and support. The interministerial committee is tasked to ensure overall coordination, alignment and policy coherence on economic policy and regulatory framework, thereby providing clarity and certainty to investors. Improve South Africa's investment climate, in particular, the ease of doing business and competitiveness of South Africa. There will be no bottlenecks in those who want to do business with South African government. In his SONA 2016, the President called for the establishment of a one-stop shop to further facilitate investment, to further facilitate investment coordination and rollout of the one-stop shop service across all levels in government will be realized in 2016-17 financial year. The one-stop service will fast-track, unblock, reduce red tape in government, therefore facilitating investment into the country. On Operation Phakisa, bantu bomzantsi ke enye yamaphulo kulo Operation Phakisa kuba kuvuselelwe i-economy yelizwe loMzantsi Afrika ngakumbi phaa elwandle. Thina besikade singazi uba sinobutyebi bungapha kweli lwandle lisijikelezileyo sililizwe. But through this Operation Phakisa program, we have realized that we are a wealthy country. And even those oceans that have been idle, like the Indian Ocean around the Eastern Cape, has started to bear fruit through this program, Operation Phakisa. Ekukhokelweni African National Congress kukwithemba lobomi obungcono. These are sectors that have a potential to create jobs. For example, the Marine Phakisa noted that the ocean's economy has the potential to contribute up to 177 billion rand to South Africa's GDP. In his State of the Nation address last year, 2015, the President introduced the 9-point plan to boost economic growth and create jobs. Most of the points in the plan relate to rural development and land reform. Hence, we have to address the land question, which is a sore point for us as Black South Africans in particular. As a country, we cannot address poverty, inequality, and unemployment without addressing the land question. The question that I want to pose, in particular to those who are our opponents, how do we develop smallholder farmers and ensure that our people are involved in agricultural activities that will end poverty when they have no land? How do we address the issues of unemployment when we do not grow the agricultural produce that is needed in agro-processing where jobs are created? How do we ensure equality when the majority of our land is owned by the minority of our country? The answer is we develop priorities and policies that are based on the mandate of the governing party's manifesto 2014 to 2019 and the National Development Plan Vision 2030. And it is under this government, this current government, that South Africa has a plan that can take it forward. In this regard, we implement the following priorities in the 2016-17 financial year, in line with those that I've mentioned above: improved land administration and spatial planning for integrated development in rural areas, sustainable land reforms, improved food security, strengthening the relative rights of people working in the land, the 50-50 policy, Comrade Google and Quint, that you are passionate about, that abantu boMzantsi Afrika kweli xesha sikulo baza kuba namalungelo inganayo nabafama babaqeshileyo kumhlaba abahleli kuwo kule minyaka engaka edlulileyo. Zange ibekho loo nto koorhulumente bangaphambili. The smallholder farmer development and support, kwakhona ndigxile kwakulaa department ye-rural development, utata uGoogle uthanda ukuthi 1 household, 1 hectare. It will really have an impact on transforming the economy of this country. National priorities in terms of the National Development Plan and 2014 to 19 MTSF that speak to restitution are the interventions towards sustainable land reform and agrarian transformation in particular, when facilitating the transfer of land to previously disadvantaged people and the lodgement of restitution land claims that the President said must be reopened for people who did not meet the 1998 deadline, is a solution of our old cry that we want our land back. The call by the President to revitalize the industrial parks, especially in rural areas, and the revival of those factories that were closed down after 1994 are an answer to the rural poor, because in those industrial parks, jobs will be created. Jobs will be created, and the economy for those areas will change for the better. Elokugqibela, izibophelelo ezazenziwe yi-African National Congress ngo-2014 ziyaphunyezwa. Siseza kuqhubeka ngazo zingekagqitywa. Asithembisi bantu boMzantsi Afrika ngebhasi esazawuthengwa. Sithi mabakhwele kule bhasi seyikhona ngoba ibathwalele lukhulu. Asithembisi ngakati sengxoweni. Kungoko kubalulekile ukuba bavotele lo mbutho we-African National Congress ngomhla wesi-3 ka-Agasti kulo nyaka omiyo. Kuba ukuvotela i-African National Congress kukuvotela ubomi obungcono kumntu wonke. As the ANC will support the budget vote number 1. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation.
Your Excellency, President Zuma, Deputy President Ramaphosa, honorable ministers, colleagues, deputy ministers. It is indeed an honor for me to participate in the deliverance of the President's budget speech together with his deputy. It's only 22 years since our people have attained the opportunity to start working for themselves to become freer. Today, I would like to spend a little bit more time talking about what freedom is about. That freedom, as the president of Namibia says, it's not about getting the right to vote. That's what we got 22 years ago. Now we are all working as our president, honorable president, and honorable deputy president for real economic transformation for our people, which they waited for 300 years. For the speeches that were made in this house this afternoon, it was so painfully clear that those who read about poverty and those who have lived it are telling two different stories in the same country. They are impatient with the ANC that has been in government for 22 years, but they were fine with apartheid for more than 300 years. I wanted to cry on Saturday when I saw a young South African man, I beg not to mention his name, who is trying to call upon our people to vote for his party that has hired him, because other parties you apply for jobs, and then that's how you become a candidate. Standing in a dirty pond of water and saying to people, don't vote for ANC, because you see, if you vote for ANC, this is what you're going to get. He is not saying to the people, you are your own liberators. Work together to clean up your own neighborhoods. President Zuma delivers this speech at a time when our country entered its third decade of freedom. We owe our gratitude to the President for his distinguished leadership and visionary international relations. Under your leadership, Mr. President, and I say this without fear of hesitation, that South Africa continues to receive recognition as a very important role player in international affairs. Because in international relations, respect is earned. You don't get it because you talk too much or you howl about what you don't know in Parliament. In that articulation about the work that you stand for, Mr. President, and your deputy, and the values we go out there and talk about, which we fought for, are the ones that makes people keep calling upon you for leadership, whether they are in Juba or they are in Colombo. Because when you ask them, why are you calling only us? You've got a lot of neighbors here. They say, we know you will come without an agenda. We will continue to work harder in pursuit to create a better South Africa in a better world for all who live in it, and would want to say to all Africans, this is the time for us to become our own economic liberators, and happy Africa Month, May. It is our present day foreign policy which beckons us to commit not only to our own development, but the development of our continent as a whole. For the creation of the Africa we want. It is not going to be created by investors who come from somewhere. It's going to be that we ourselves determine what we fought for. And we should not expect people who had enjoyed the spoils of apartheid to celebrate this freedom, this hard-earned freedom. After 22 years of freedom, we are proud to proclaim that the African continent remains central to our foreign policy. It is this approach which forms the basis of our cooperation and solidarity with countries of the South and political and economic dialogue with the countries of the North. China is one of our main historic partners. They were with us yesterday, today, and they will be with us tomorrow because they've never colonized a single country on the African continent. We have done a lot with countries like China. We now have BRICS that has produced the first project which no one has ever dreamed about since 1945, a development bank. The first time in 70 years, BRICS Bank has come out and has not dreamt for another 5 years for pre-feasibility, feasibility studies. No, we have a bank, doors are open, and by the 1st of April, they've started contributing to the development of our countries by giving out loans that we had applied for. And South Africa is the proud recipient of 180 billion rands, which we can start working on now, and it will go to our energy development, clean energy. We work with both in this volatile economic climate. By the way, the volatile economic climate which we did not create. We have not wasted time trying to blame the others for having created it, but we look for solutions. As we have not wasted time looking for those who have done bad things to us, we wouldn't be sitting in this house together if that was the case. We are sitting here in this house together with people who have done horrible things to us. I know because I was born in a village. I have carried a can of water for 10 kilometers daily at a very tender age. So I didn't read about these things. I lived this life. So when the process that comes with BRICS, that comes with our South-South cooperation, that comes with the role we play, not only being a member of the G20 and rub shoulders with the big guns, but being a co-chair of the G20 development round. Also working with our partners, big and small, to say we shall build ASK together and develop our own scientists, but not only talk about South Africa and the scientists of South Africa alone, but 8 other countries in this continent are benefiting in many other ways because they participate in this. Because as SKA, we never think about South Africa alone, but about all of us. The work we do as a country speaks for itself. When I was younger, and I used to do well at school, and I would come back home crying, and my grandmother would ask, "What's your problem?" Because of being taunted by people who looked clever. She said to me, "O ske wa tshwenyega ngwana ngwanaka. Dimpša di goba koloi ye sepelang. Ye sa sepelego ga di gobe." So I'm saying to baetapele ba ka, you understand hore ke bolela ka eng, tswelang pele le dira moshomo o mo botse. Just yesterday, we delivered our budget speech, and we said before 1994, there were only 7 small little, I don't know what, embassies of South Africa in this continent. Today, we proudly say we have full-fledged embassies and consul general offices in our continent, from 7 to 47 in less than 22 years. Listen to the proceeds that we get from that. At the time when sanctions were biting and things were sold all, through many other corners, all you could sell was 11 billion rands. Today, we manage through our embassies and working together with the economic cluster to sell processed goods and services, not raw material, of 385 billion rands, just in the continent. And as at the end of 2015, 20% of our processed goods were sold in our continent from the time when we would sell less than 5%. We are honored as a country by our re-election because we not only look at what we can sell to our African brothers and sisters, but we also have committed and are committed to all that which goes with Agenda 2063, which responds to our NDP, which we created ourselves, the NDP that had helped us to influence the outcome of the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN, that we will, through these other 8 aspirations that we have committed to of Agenda 63, to silence the gun by 2020 in our continent. This will not come just by us wishing. It means we're going to have to work very hard. And for that reason, we now are being elected again to serve in the Peace and Security Council of the AU for another 2-year term. And that's where we will continue doing the work you expect us to do in Burundi and Lesotho, as the Deputy President had said. You'll agree with me that our foreign policy will be shallow if it's not centered around SADC. So if our neighborhood is not happy and cannot sell something to us and we cannot integrate our economies, then we cannot then build a better Africa, which we should be celebrating during the course of this month. So we are fully committed to SADC and to the African continent, that we will have to march together and grow together. Our country has worked together with other countries for the preparation for the industrialization and scoping work, which is concluded, which will bring about industrialization in our own region, so that we continue making sure that we stop complaining about China and others, that when they come to us, they should be saying to the ministers in the economic cluster, we are sending a buying mission to South Africa. Show us what is it that you have, because we want a genuine partnership between South Africa and our partnership that we're building. For the first time ever, FOCAC was formed. The summit took place in our country, in South Africa. What did we get out of that? 60 billion rand of infrastructure for the continent. We got more than 100 billion of the rand worth of commitments that came from 23 agreements that were signed with these two countries. So we are more than happy that indeed leadership and respect in international relations is, and that this leadership that is sitting in front of us here has done exactly that. We go to north, we go to south, we go to east, we go to west. Everywhere we go, because of your leadership, we are respected. When we chaired the G77 plus China, there was a saying that was taking rounds in New York that people don't respect G77 plus China because they never agree. We have achieved all that I referred to earlier on, the adoption of the SDG goals. We have achieved the adoption of the legally binding agreement, which was very much in line with Durban Platform for Action, working together with those countries and leading them. And we managed to build the unity we're talking about. And Minister Molewa would be testimony to this because she went to sign a legally binding agreement on the UNFCCC and saving our climate and making sure that indeed we not only focus on other elements of what climate change is about as we experience drought, but that our people are also benefiting from adaptation funds and how to access those funds, because we work together with other African countries and with other developing countries. It is our considered view that the phenomenal growth of our foreign policy influence is as a key role player, and our respect for human rights remain sources of moral inspiration to our international relations everywhere we go. Let me take this opportunity once again to say to this House, the future belongs to your good self. And in closing, I would want to remind us what Madiba said to us while he was still around with us, and I quote, there is no easy walk to freedom anywhere. And many of us will have to pass through many valleys and shadows again and again before we reach the mountaintops of our desires, close quote. Anybody who hurries us up and think that we are going to do things their way and not the ANC way must keep dreaming, but we know exactly where we are going. So we too, we shall continue to toil. As my predecessor, the speaker before me had said, again and again until our people realize that they have to become their own liberators. That those who have enjoyed the fruits of apartheid will never lead them out of suffering. Hobane ka nnete, mpya go go bja, e go ba koloi e sepelang. Wishiwawa and the other bulldogs, if it's on standstill, it will never be backed upon. We've got a plan. We will continue working our plan. We will work with our international partners. We will champion collaboration and other than competition, because that's how we know how, and that's how we got to be supported by all those who thought that apartheid was indeed a crime that needed to be fought fiercely against, and that the freedom, our hard-won freedom, must indeed change the lives of our people. But our people need to know it's going to happen with them participating in partnership. Hobane tau tša tlhoka seboka di šitwa ke nare e tlotša. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mutau, before you come, Honorable Mutau, allow me, as I promised, to return to give a ruling, and then I'll ask you to proceed with your order. Honorable members, freedom of speech is a critical element of our democracy, in that members can speak freely in the broader public interest. Democracy requires open and critical debate on matters of public interest. In recognition of this Constitution, the Constitution rather provides that this freedom is subject only to the rules and orders that the House imposes on itself. The House does this solely for purposes of the orderly conduct of proceedings within an open, multi-party and democratic society. It is essential members themselves that have agreed to these standing rules and orders to which this freedom is subjected to. Members are fully aware that they may not use offensive and unbecoming language, nor may they impute improper motives to other members or cast personal reflections on their integrity as members or verbally abuse them in any way. This is in keeping with the practices of many other parliaments. If such remarks were to be allowed in a debate, they would undermine members in the performance of their duties, but they would also undermine the functioning of Parliament itself within its constitutional context. Parliament is the cornerstone of our democracy and represents a contract between the public representative and the people. As you know, members of Parliament represent divergent groups which recognize one another as legitimate opponents, no doubt, but legitimate opponents and not enemies. This they do for general good of the country. This entails respect for the will of the majority while simultaneously recognizing the legitimacy of the minority and their rights and views. If members fail to honor the rules, then Parliament is no longer engaged in the practices defined by the rules. That of an orderly debate within an open multi-party democratic society. We have checked with legal services on remarks to the effect that the President is accused, number one. Members know that we are a constitutional democracy and we work within the ambit of the rule of law, which requires, amongst others, that we adhere to due process. The advice we have received is that accused person is one to whom formal charges have been put. In such cases, the accused must at the very least have had the charges put to them in order to be considered as the accused. If charges have not been put to that person, then there will always be the possibility that these charges could either be dropped or not proceeded with. Only when charges are proceeded with and put to the person being charged does that person become accused in respect of the charges put. Honorable members, by using remarks that are inflammatory, we are not advancing the case for reasoned and open debate in a democratic society. I appeal to members to observe our rules and practices by not imputing improper references to the President as being accused, number one, or accused. Such remarks infringe on the respect and dignity to which all members of this House are entitled to. It is acknowledged that Honorable Maimane did withdraw certain remarks that were ruled out of order during the course of his speech, and trust that the above will provide sufficient clarity on this aspect to ensure that we conduct our debate further within the confines of our rules. Honorable members, if members of the House wish to have the rules and/or standing orders changed, they must follow the established processes. Lastly, on leaving the podium, the Honorable Maimane referred to the President as a thief. A number of points of order were then taken, and I undertook to come back to the House on the matter. Making such a reference to another member goes against the rules, standing orders, and procedure of this House. This is therefore completely unacceptable, and I now ask Honorable Maimane to withdraw his reference to the President as a thief. Honorable Maimani?
I withdraw.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Mutau?
Deputy Speaker, sorry, before the Honourable Matau speaks,
Honorable Mutau, please take your
may
seat.
I ask you for clarity on whether or not we are allowed to quote from court judgments? You never mentioned that in your ruling at all. You were silent on it, and you promised to come back with a ruling on that particular matter. Thank you.
Honorable Member, I prioritize what I have said. If need be, I will come back to that one so that we address it as well. Especially because matters of the court include, for example, the possibility that such decisions may be appealed and the courts may take a different view, as we have seen in the past, where courts took one decision the other way and went on for another higher court to take a different view. So those provisions will have us to have to consider those matters before we respond to you effectively, and we'll do that as you have now asked me to do.
Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
We respect the ruling that you've made in the House. May I ask that it gets referred to the Rules Committee, because I think that you've erred in not taking into consideration the judgment by Justice Bozalek on freedom of speech in the House on the Marikana comments that were made. And I think that it's important that the Rules Committee does have an opportunity to examine your considered ruling in light of the Bozalek judgment. Thank you.
Honorable Steenhuisen, it's your right to refer any matter to the Rules Committee. That's a structure designed by Parliament to deal with matters such as you are raising. Honorable Mudau, proceed, sir.
Motlhomphehi modulasetulo, ke a tamisha. Honorable members, Mr. Jacob Zuma should have announced his resignation of office on the 1st of April 2016 following the devastating Constitutional Court judgment handed down against him regarding Nkandla Gate on the 31st of March 2016. Sadly, he did not resign. Instead, it being April Fool's Day, Mr. Zuma defiantly showed the political middle finger to the supreme law of the land, the Constitution, and the Constitutional Court that had found against him. To add insult to contempt, he then proffered his sham apology, thus treating the Constitutional Court justices and the citizens of this country as idiots. Mr. Zuma needs to know that the people of this country are not fools. We are not cast in his mold. To compound this shameless arrogance, a few days later, on the 5th of April 2016, 233 members of his party in this parliament arrogantly voted against a Democratic Party alliance motion to have Mr. Zuma impeached. As we speak, those who have made it their mission to protect and defend Mr. Zuma at every turn, variously described as Mr. Zuma's praise singers, Zuma's idiots, or Zuma's zombies, are rattling their sabers, telling the country that Mr. Zuma is going nowhere. In spite of the
Honorable House Chairperson, on a point of order.
Honorable Mutau, I don't think we have zombies in this house.
And Zuma's idiots, we are not.
Honorable Mutau, who are you referring to as Zuma's zombies?
Do you want me to read what I said? Do you want me to read what I said? Let me do it.
Honorable Mutau, I listened to you.
No. You didn't understand me. You didn't understand
No,
me.
I don't have to go into the context of what you are saying.
It's not
I am listening to what you said.
Let me read it back to you.
No, Honorable Mutau.
So what do you want from me?
I want you to explain who are you referring to as Zuma's zombies?
Those who are variously described as Mr. Zuma's praise singers, Mr. Zuma's idiots, and Mr. Zuma's. They are described by other people as such.
No. Honorable Mutau, I don't think it is correct. Who are those people? Who are you saying are those people?
I don't know them. I don't know them.
Okay.
Madam House Chair.
Honorable Zulu, you had your hand up. Take your seat. I'll come back to you to that.
The fact of the matter, Honorable Speaker, it's so clear what the Honorable Member is referring to. He has to withdraw. There are no zombies here. There are no stupid. He has to withdraw those words.
Thank you very much.
Even if he didn't say them, he said somebody else. He has to withdraw.
Thank you.
We are not zombies.
Honorable
here.
Steenhuisen. Thank you, Madam.
Madam Speaker, Madam House Chair, the rules and previous rulings are very clear. The Honourable Matau would only have to withdraw if he had identified a specific member as having said that. You can't say a group of people and then say that's not true. We've had many occasions.
Honourable.
Can I finish? You let the Honourable Zulu finish. On many occasions, members in the ANC say the Democratic Alliance are racist. They say that in this House. They're not asked to withdraw because they're not naming specific members of the House.
Thank you.
That is the rulings that has taken place. If Honourable Matau does not have to withdraw, it's not unparliamentary.
Honourable
He's referring
Steenhuisen.
to a group. He's not referring
Honourable
to specific members.
Steenhuisen, take your seat. Honourable Steenhuisen, you are not going to direct the chair as to whether. Order! 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 Honourable members, you see this behavior. We are, you are making noise. I need to speak. Honourable Matau, you refer to the members of this House as Zuma's too. Okay? I will go back to the Hansard and I will rule on it. Thank you.
The fact that the Concord has found that Mr. Zuma has violated the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa means absolutely nothing to these people. This parliament is now being asked to approve a budget of 491 million rand for the year 2016-17 financial, rising to 526 million by 2018-19 under budget vote 1, the presidency. The budget also provides 3.3 million rand for the salary of Mr. Zuma for this financial year, growing to 3.6 million by 2018-19. For the deputy president, the corresponding numbers are 2.8 million and 3.1 million. Travel and assistance will gobble up 53 million rand for 2016-17. Support services to the presidency will cost 118 million rand this financial year, growing to 121.5 million rand by 2018-19. In the context of South Africa's serious problems with poverty and unemployment, these are significantly high costs for the presidency's salaries, travel, and subsistence. Meanwhile, the presidency continues to pile up huge amounts in unauthorized expenditure. Since Mr. Zuma took office in 2009, the presidency incurred unauthorized expenditure of more than 45 million rand, mostly in legal fees, by the end of 2010-11 financial year. The amount spent since then is unknown. Most of these millions of rand can be booked as fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The presidency has yet to pick up the tab for the Nkandla Gate litigation as ordered by the Concord judgment. The Spy Tapes litigation will also have to be paid for as per order of the High Court in Pretoria last Friday. This is how the Sunday Independent put it on Sunday, and I quote, "The toll has been enormous. Not only has Zuma fought this battle every inch of the way at taxpayers' expense, retaining the services of
Honourable
his..."
Matau, we have agreed, we accept that you may call Honourable President Mr. Zuma. You cannot just say Zuma.
I'm quoting here. I'm quoting.
Honourable Matau.
What's wrong with you?
No, Honourable Matau, listen to me. Honourable members on the left.
Chairperson, my address.
I don't mind you calling our president of the country, Mr. Zuma, but just to say Zuma, being in the house, please, will you please call him Honourable Zuma or Mr. Zuma is okay?
Chairperson, may I address you, please?
On what point, Honourable Member?
On clarity, Chair.
Yes.
Chair, the Honourable Matau was quoting directly from an article. So you can't insert words into a quote. You can't. If you're quoting from an article, you quote it verbatim.
Honourable Matau, if you have to quote, we must know you are quoting.
I said so.
Continue. Continue. Order!
You, honorable members, order. Honorable members. Honorable members, order. Listen, if you want me, order, honorable members. Hey, hey. Listen, honorable members. If you want me to rule correctly, you must be able to keep quiet so that I can hear the person on the podium. Honorable Mutau, continue. Please don't overcloud her with noise. I can't hear him. Continue.
The DA calls on Mr. Zuma to stop wasting the
Thank
nation's money, accept the High Court's judgment, and explain himself before a court of this country. Meanwhile, what has South Africa to show for these huge sums of money expended on Mr. Zuma's never-ending court cases and to support his wasteful and lavish lifestyle? When Mr. Zuma makes a monumental blunder that costs the country's economy billions of rand in lost asset value, as was the case when he fired former Finance Minister Nhlanhla, we are told to lump it because it is his presidential prerogative. Presidential prerogative cannot and must never be exercised to the detriment of the country's economy and at the expense of the more than 8 million unemployed and millions more poor South Africans. Prerogative is a privilege. It comes with responsibility and respect. A day before Mr. Zuma took his oath of office for the first time at the Union Buildings on the 9th of April 2009, the dollar-rand exchange rate was $1 to 8.5 rand. 1 euro was worth 11 rand. 1 UK pound was worth 12 rand. And 1 Botswana pula was worth 86 cents. Last night, the corresponding values were rand dollar 14.62, rand pound 21.28, rand euro 16.85, and the pula only buys 76 South African cents.
Order, honorable members. Order.
This means that South Africans are getting poorer on Mr. Zuma's watch. Yet, this parliament is being asked to vote even more money than before to the presidency. Honorable members, one of the most important jobs of the presidency is to nurture and promote nation building, social cohesion, and national identity. However, under the Zuma administration, all the indices in this regard are very discouraging. When was the last time you heard of the rainbow nation of the people of South Africa? This national project seems to have faltered. Many white South Africans feel they no longer have a home in this country. Black people continue to be called sorts of dehumanizing names. In short, the national building project...
Honorable members.
In short, the national building project that was started with such great promise is a mess under the Zuma administration. According to Stats South Africa, 43% of households in Mpumalanga...
Point of order.
Can you take your seat, Honorable Mutau? Honorable member.
Honorable Chair of the House, we thought we understand when we moved from Honorable President to Mr. Zuma. Now the member is now saying under Zuma administration. And I think we need to correct this issue. We are deteriorating on this matter, and we should not stand what the honorable member on that side are busy convincing us in terms of us accepting that this parliament should deteriorate to the level where our president is not being respected.
Honorable Mutau, I think the order is sustained. We're talking of the respect of the House.
Chairperson.
Have you, I didn't hear well because of the noise. Have you referred
I said
to...
the Zuma administration. That's a name, it's a title. The Zuma administration.
No, with that I agree. Continue.
You must listen and then you might...
Honorable members, please. I can't
can't hear. I need to be assisted here.
According to Stats South Africa, 43%.
Honorable Host.
Order. Yes, Honor.
I think Honorable Zwane is a member of this house.
Yes.
So the honorable member said,
Yeah.
"Ke sekgowa, ge o sa se itse sekgowa monna." That is unparliamentary. And I will propose to Parliament that the bar that side be closed. Because what is happening here now is
you.
because of that bar.
Honorable Mutau. Honorable members, Honorable Mutau,
Honorable
take your
member.
seat, please. Honorable members, there was a ruling just a few minutes ago, and we listened to the ruling, and there was acceptance of the ruling. And the ruling is about the offensive language, the behavior that is happening in this house. May I plead with the House and the speakers on the podium to refrain from using offensive language. Honorable Mutau, please
Thank you very much.
continue.
I have never used offensive language, and I agree with the Deputy Chief Whip. The bar should be closed. I am a teetotaler. According to Stats South Africa, 43% of households in Mpumalanga live in inadequate housing. That is mikuku or shacks, the highest in the land, with the Eastern Cape at 40.3% and KwaZulu-Natal at 37.6%. On the lower end of the scale is the Western Cape with 24.3% and the Northern Cape with 21.6%. The situation seems to be getting worse as more people migrate to the urban areas. Furthermore, Statistician General Padile Hotla has recently warned that the country is facing a cocktail of disasters because of the very high numbers of unemployed black and colored young people. Where are the jobs you promised the nation, Mr. Zuma? Xenophobia remains a festering sore in our social and economic fabric. Service delivery protests have become endemic and violent. Corruption is rampant in the public sector. The official commemoration of our national days like Human Rights Day, Freedom Day, and the others have degenerated into ANC rallies, with many South Africans feeling alienated and staying away. To compound these concerns, this parliament has yet to establish a portfolio committee to exercise oversight over Mr. Zuma and Mr. Ramaphosa to account to parliament and the nation for the vast amounts of money spent on the presidency. Regrettably, previous DA calls for portfolio committee for the presidency have fallen on deaf ears. For instance, how much of the hefty travel budget ends up as fruitless and wasteful expenditure because the money spent has not brought any tangible dividend to this country. Honorable Chairperson, I would now like to turn to the so-called apology by Mr. Zuma regarding the Nkandla scandal, the public protector's remedial action, and the related Concord judgment. In his statement to the nation on the 1st of April 2016, Mr. Zuma used the word apologize only once. The rest was fudge, self-justification, or worse. And I quote, "The matter has caused a lot of frustration and confusion for which I apologize on my behalf and on behalf of government," close quote. There has indeed been lots of frustration regarding this matter. However, any confusion was concocted by Mr. Zuma and his advisors for their own ends. There was never any confusion on the part of the public protector regarding the remedial action or on the part of the Democratic Alliance regarding the responsibility of Mr. Zuma on the matter. During the State of the Nation debate on the 19th of June 2014, I made the following points in this regard from this very podium. During the State of the Nation debate on 19 February 2013, I urged Mr. Zuma, and I quote, "Show leadership and take ownership of the Nkandla scandal because no amount of talk or spin would explain the scandal away. There is no way in which Mr. Zuma can distance himself from the Nkandla scandal. The buck stops with you, Mr. Zuma," I said, close quote. And what was Mr. Zuma's response? He laughed at us and called us howlers. Now the chickens have come home to roost. As they say, ka Setswana, le ga o ka e buela lengopeng, magoko o bua tla o bona. Fellow South Africans, instead of attempting an egg dance
on the 1st of April 2016, Mr. Zuma should have said the following to the nation. Fellow South Africans, I apologize for failing to comply with the remedial action taken against me by the public protector. I apologize for failing to uphold, defend, and protect the Constitution as the supreme law of the land. I apologize for violating my oath of office. I apologize for treating you like fools. I am sorry. I resign. Good night. That would have been a real apology, but that takes true leadership, something that Mr. Zuma does not seem to have. John, you got 2 minutes. Thank you.
Achtbare lid, Groenewald.
Achtbare voorsitter, hierdie debat gaan eintlik daaroor dat hierdie huis moet geld goedkeur vir die pos van die president. Dis waaroor hierdie debat eintlik gaan. Met ander woorde, dis eintlik 'n debat wat daaroor gaan dat belastingbetalers se geld aangewend moet word vir die president om te funksioneer. Nou is dit so dat die minister van Finansies in sy begrotingsrede het hy baie duidelik gesê dat Suid-Afrika het nie geld nie. Hy het eintlik gesê, and if I can quote him, we cannot use and spend money we do not have. En het hy ook gesê dat Suid-Afrika sal eers 'n behoorlike groeikoers moet beginne kry en groter inkomste, en tot dan sal ons self streng moet op onsself moet wees in terme van die belastingbetalers se geld. Now, Honorable President, you are number one, maybe if you don't know, but as number one, you must set the example. The example to ensure that the nation know that the austerity measures are serious. And I also know, Honorable President, that you stood on this podium when the Nkandla issue was debated at many times. And at one stage you said, you threw your arms in the air and you said, I didn't ask for any upgrade at Nkandla. In fact, it is security measures. And once you become the president, you lose actually control over your life because it is safety measures. That is what they tell you. And you also said, or your lawyers in the Constitutional Court, that you were actually wrongfully advised by your lawyers. Even in your apology to the nation on national television, you actually said, you apologized, but you were not correctly informed. It's a bit of blame shifting. That is what you were busy. Now I want to say, the Honorable President, I want to inform you tonight that you are not ill-informed. The Department of Defense is in the process of buying you a new aeroplane of 4 billion rand. Nou wil ek vir die agbare president sê. Agbare president, as u besparing wil toepas, dan moet u daardie proses stop. U moet dit nou stop. Want ek kan vir u sê, die vereistes wat gestel word, kom daarop neer dat u gaan 'n Boeing 787 kry. Dit is wat ontwikkelde lande, ryk lande kan bekostig vir hulle president. Ons is 'n ontwikkelende land. Ons groeikoers is onder 1%. Maar daar wil vir u 'n vliegtuig gekoop word van 4 miljard rand. U kan omtrent 15.000 na 20.000 huise, afhangende van die prys, bou vir arme mense met daai geld. En nou wil ek ook vir u sê, die huidige vliegtuig, die Inkwanazi, is nog heeltemal goed. Want hulle gaan vir u vertel, daar's groot probleme. Hulle kan party kere nie opstyg nie. Agbare president, hulle mislei u weer 'n keer. Want dit is soos 'n man wat 'n duur motor het, wat 60.000 kilometers gery het, een oggend toe hom wil aanskakel, toe wil hy nie vat nie, want die battery is pap, en nou sê hy gaan koop vir my 'n nuwe motor. Dit is wat hulle gaan vir u vertel. You should stop this and show to the nation, set an example, it will not be allowed. I thank you.
Isikhulumi esilandelako umhlonitshwa Letsatsi Juba.
The President of the Republic, Honorable Jacob Zuma, the Deputy President, Cyril Ramaphosa, the honorable members, and fellow South Africans. Comrade President, I feel challenged by the Deputy President by speaking 11 languages in the hour he was allocated to. I'm going to challenge him. I'm going to also speak 11 languages. Chairperson, the people of this country are waiting to hear what the budget in the presidency is going to do to improve their lives. What we are hearing here has nothing to do with what the people are waiting out there. Honorable Chair, it is a privilege indeed for me to take part in this debate about vote 1, the presidency. This vote is so important, Honorable Chair, because it's going to outline what the presidency is going to do with the money allocated to it. It's very important because the presidency is the nerve center of all the departments in our country. My focus is going to be on securing a capable, democratic, developmental state that all of us will feel free and safe. Now, on this topic, Honorable Chair, I'm going to focus only on 4 points that will illustrate how the budget will assist in enhancing these 4 points. Bullet number 1 is strengthening and integrating the criminal justice system. Number 2 is ensuring responsive, active citizenry. Number 3 is strengthening border security. The last one is strengthening the parole system. It is indisputable fact, Honorable Chair, that the national security of our country, of our developmental state, amounts to the maintenance and promotion of peace, stability, and the development and progress. It is a fact. That means the protection of our people and their freedom from fear and want. It refers to the preservation of the authority and the territorial integrity of the state, and the promotion and protection of our economic interest. In other words, securing a developmental state is an act of asserting authority, amongst others, and also national autonomy and economic independence. One of the key reasons why we should ensure that all South Africans indeed feel safe is to consolidate the national popular sovereignty for our country and to ensure that as much as possible, South Africans are able to determine democratically their developmental path, a developmental path that is free from external manipulation, and indeed a developmental path that is not a product of domination by external forces. It is therefore truth beyond any reasonable contest, Honorable Chair, that through securing the state might have domestic roots, it also has an international reach, and within it possesses segments of global implications. We all know that our capable, democratic, developmental state is secure when our people are able to live free from fear and want in freedom, safety and peace, enjoying the benefits of human integrity and human rights, when our economy is able to grow to ensure the development, the well-being, the comfort
of our people, and last but not least, when our state is able to protect its sovereignty, ensure the integrity of its institutions, safeguarding the territory, decisively redressing the imbalances of the past, and energetically promote our national interest without major disruptions or obstructions or subversion. Now, it cannot be overemphasized, Honorable Chair, that as a developmental state, South Africa faces enormous task of addressing the challenges of pressing of a developmental state, which we always talk about all the time. This is the poverty, the unemployment, inequality, and criminality. Honorable President, under your leadership, the African National Congress, from its strategy and tactics, defines the capacity of a developmental state as follows: that it must have strategic orientation, meaning that the development of strategy and programs based on high growth rates, restructuring of the economy, and socio-economic inclusion. It also defines the developmental state as additional capacity where the leadership is defining a national vision and must mobilize society to take part in its implementation with effective systems of interaction with all social partners, which the Deputy President spoke about earlier on. The other important element is organizational capacity, that the state structures and systems that facilitate the realization of a set agenda with appropriate macro organizations of the state. And lastly, the technical capacity, which will translate into a broader objectives into programs and projects, and capacity to ensure the implementation of proper training and orientation of leadership in public service. And it is only under the leadership of the African National Congress established the School of Governance. There is a concern, Honorable Speaker, that a developmental citizenship is not an immediate and automatic consequence of high rates of economic growth. Most of the developmental states had a poor social security programs implied in the approach, as we can call it a trickle-down mechanism, such as it was used in China and South Korea. They are listening, Honorable Member. The ANC strategy and tactics documents further states that, and it is the only African National Congress which have these documents to guide the country. Others, they don't have. Documents further states that besides constitutional imperatives, given our levels of inequality and history of racial exclusion, such an approach will be unsustainable to this country, as the poor will still remain excluded. Now we need to combine the best attributes of a social democracy, which will include social issues in health, education, and social safety. Under your leadership, Honorable President, we were able to strengthen and integrate the criminal justice system. The Freedom Charter states explicitly that all people shall have the right to live where they choose, the decently housed, and to bring up their families in comfort and security. The National Development Plan, again, Honorable President, crafted under your leadership and adopted by the people of this country, envisage that in 2030, people living in our country will feel safe and have no fear of crime. The people will be safe in their homes, they will be safe in school, our children, they will be safe at work, and enjoy a community life free of fear. The police service will be a well-resourced professional institution staffed by highly skilled officers who value their work, serve with the communities, safeguard lives and property without discrimination, protect peaceful protesters against violence, and respect the rights of all to equality and justice. The National Development Plan also notes that inspiring public confidence in the criminal justice system is a necessary tool to prevent crime and increase safety. Public confidence, Honorable Chair, is eroded by perception that criminals escape the law, that the arrests do not lead to convictions, or prisoners escape easily from courtrooms or correctional facilities. Most deterrent to the criminal is an efficient and effective criminal justice system. The 2007 review of the South African criminal justice system, again, Honorable President, under your leadership, recommended a 7-point plan that was adopted by Cabinet. The plan set out a modernized, efficient, and transformed system. It includes a new coordinating and management structure at every level from national to local. It also, amongst other issues, includes the judiciary and the magistracy, the police, the prosecutors, correctional services, and the legal aid board, and initiatives such as Empowering Community Policing Forum. The Office of the Criminal Justice System began implementing the plan. You are saying bye because you are bored, you don't know these things. The plan contains, it's not in your interest to see how this government has done. The plan contains 7 transformative changes to the criminal justice system and require full, integrated, and holistic implementation to achieve the stated outcomes. In any way, we're not addressing you, we're addressing the members, the public out there. The Planning Commission, under your leadership, Honorable President, has made these recommendations, and I'm going to go through them so that people can understand the work we have done so far. Department in the JCPS cluster immediately aligned their strategic plans with a 7-point plan. The project manager appointed to the Office of the Criminal Justice System Reform coordinates the plan's activities and programs to ensure that the JCPS departments implement the 7-point plan in sync. Dedicated budgets for each participating department can be established and outcomes reported in relation to this plan. Continuous monitoring by the JCPS cluster and regular reporting on the plan itself. Through the interaction and the implementation of this recommendation, Honorable President, it is an indication of the hard work of the ANC-led government that the serious crime has decreased. And this has, in the main, attributed to huge investment in policing and criminal justice system. You don't know the statistics. You are asking since when. The President has lended much needed support to crime combating effort when he called for a more active and rigorous citizenry to enhance the quest to fight all types of crimes that endanger and undermine human rights. He indicated, Honorable President, that in our country, in the context of our country, active citizenry was yet to be fully exercised to advance the cause drastically to curb crime. It is also key at this stage to be reminded that the African National Congress that took the decision to restructure the judiciary and integrate the courts, it is now common knowledge that the decision was affirmed by the Superior Court's Bill and the 17th Constitutional Amendment Bill, which the President both signed into law during 2013. Even when there were skepticism as to the ANC commitment to the independence of the judiciary, we should be reminded that the 17th Constitutional Amendment Act has paved the way for the Constitutional Court to be the apex court on all matters. This act has also enhanced the independence of the judiciary and strengthened the separation of power. This has happened under your leadership, Honorable President. Now, the last point I want to talk about is ensuring responsive citizenry. The right to assembly, the right to demonstrate, the right to picket and petition must be exercised peacefully and unarmed. These rights, like all other fundamental human rights, form part of the Bill of Rights and as it is entrenched in the Constitution, should be respected. In this regard, Chair, government is enjoined to respect, to protect, to promote, and also to fulfill the right to assembly and the right to picket and the right to demonstrate peacefully. It is in this nature of our democratic dispensation that citizens should bring their dissatisfaction to the attention of their government. However, the manner in which grievances is brought to the attention of government is as important and critical as if not more than the grievances itself. It is clear, Honorable Chair, that when the right to assembly or to picket or to demonstrate or to petition is exercised violently and armed, the state has a responsibility to protect other citizens and property from the armed and violent protesters. Armed and violent protesters lead to instability in the country and therefore affects national security. Domestic instability is a serious challenge that, if it is left unabated, Chair, will undermine the democracy. It will also undermine the rule of law and our developmental trajectory. Issues that contribute to this instability are a growing culture of lawlessness in this country, impunity, violence in industrials and service delivery related process, as well as disrespect of authority and other matters related to security issues. Violent protest and undermining the rights of others cannot be tolerated. We respect the grievances of all sectors of society, but condemn the violent nature of this protest. We recently saw the students being denied the right to study at the University of Northwest by burning the library. And this morning we wake up to the news to say 13 schools have been torched in Malamulela in Vuwani. And we have also observed reckless statements from some of the political leaders who are not helping the situation, but fueling the lawlessness in the country by mentioning that when they lose election, they will resort to use the barrel of the gun. Participatory governance is a central tenet as the post-apartheid legislation on local government, Honorable Chairperson. The white paper on local government since 1998 encourages municipalities to find ways of structuring participation to enhance rather than to impede the delivery process. While formal structures of the participation were established through legislation. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Nakong ena re tlo bitsa motlhomphegi Minister of Women in the Presidency.
Honorable Chairperson, Your Excellency President Zuma, Honorable Deputy President, Honorable Members of Parliament, distinguished guests. 2016 is an important year for us. It marks the 60th anniversary of the 1956 March, 40 years since the 1976 uprising struggle against oppression and enforced Afrikaans as a medium of instruction. This led, and at what cost, it broke the camel's back. And the 20th anniversary of our world-renowned Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. 1996, incidentally, it also marks the beginning of the countdown to 2030 to the future we want, in which no one is left behind. It is significant to acknowledge and recognize the role played by heroic stalwarts such as Lillian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, Rahima Musa, Sophie Williams, Dorothy Nyembe, Albertina Sisulu, Ruth Mumpati, Betha Qowa, Winnie Madikizela Mandela, and many others through the 1956 Women's March and campaigns before. As we speak today, we are beneficiaries of their action, which molded and shaped our democracy as we enjoy it today. We need to bear in mind that the struggles and the sacrifice they've made in our country has led to this particular parliament, has also led to us being able as women to participate in shaping the future of South Africa. In September 2015, our Honorable President participated at the United Nations General Assembly, which adopted the 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development. The 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development and its goals seeks to change the course of the 21st century by addressing key challenges such as poverty, inequality, and underdevelopment. What is critical for us in this agenda is the strong, dedicated gender equality goal, which is Goal 5, which should also be mainstreamed in all other 16 goals. It addresses key structural constraints to gender equality, including gender-based discrimination, violence against women and girls, harmful practices, women's disproportionate share of unpaid care work, lack of equal participation in decision-making in political, economic, and social lives, and lack of access to sexual and reproductive health and rights. As South Africa, when looking at these issues which are addressed within the Sustainable Development Goals, we are a country which is grappling with that, but also being able to make sure that as South Africa, women are at the forefront of reform and transformation. These issues addressed in the SDGs, we continue to grapple with them, hence the constitutional vision of the realization of equality, including equality between women and men, is an ideal which we need to pursue and achieve through the implementation of the Constitution. Our Constitution is aligned with it, also serving as an instrument for facilitating South Africa's commitment with international obligations. Many of the international human rights standards and resultant obligations relate to women's human rights and the duty of parties to take measures to eradicate inequality between women and men in all spheres of life, including the justice system, the family, societal practices, and the economy. Mr. President, our Constitution does not just place the responsibility on the executive to comply with international instruments in promoting human rights for all. The Section 39 therefore enjoins those who have the responsibility to interpret it, to use international binoculars. Our strategies and institutional mechanisms to respond to violence against women has been recognized internationally once more. In 2011, the United Nations General Secretary General recognized the Tutuzela Care Centers as a world best practice model in the field of gender violence management and a response. It also shows South Africa that it takes a lead in making sure it addresses matters affecting women. As a country, we have received 3 awards internationally for utilizing technology to respond to violence against women and children through the 24-hour gender-based violence command call center. As a country, we have adopted the 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children. And this campaign, which started in 1998 as one of the intervention strategies towards creating a society free of violence, but also this is in line with the National Development Plan of 2030. However, as we speak today, violence against women continues despite the unprecedented laws and initiatives which we have created as a country. As a result, we have extended the 16 days campaign to 365 days, the hashtag 365 days of activism for no violence against women and children, in partnership with Crime Line and other stakeholders. The aim of the hashtag 365 Days campaign is to raise awareness on violence against women and children and to mobilize individuals to be counted in their year-long activism to eradicate violence against women by joining the campaign. Hashtag Count Me In is also a social media tool which we're using for mass mobilization for all communities to promote collective responsibility in the fight to eradicate violence against women and children. We are in partnership with various society, faith-based organizations, media houses, unions, sports fraternity, private sector, and civil society. We also have men's organizations which are partnering with us, and the purpose is to shift the society's views that violence against women and children is a government or a criminal justice system problem, but also to realize that it is very much a societal problem, and that failure to view violence as a societal problem will result in all efforts failing to eradicate this scourge in our communities. On the 11th and 12th April, as a country, Mr. President, we appeared at the African Commission on Human and People's Rights at its 58th ordinary session in Banjul, Gambia, for the examination of South Africa's combined second period report under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and the initial report under the protocol to the African Charter on the Rights of Women in Africa. Mr. President, as a country, we once more lead in Africa when it comes to matters of women's rights, which are also human rights. The Commission commended South Africa for its representation and its statement, but also the commissioners themselves said that it's important for South Africa to continue to lead the world in the eradication of violence and advancing the human rights as women's rights in South Africa. The chairperson of the session praised South Africa for being a trendsetter and a leader in Africa, and said that most countries in Africa learn from South Africa's progressive laws, policies, and programs. Mongameli, we are trendsetters, siyaqhuba. Omama la eNingizimu Afrika sibabekele phambili, asibashiyanga emuva ngaphansi kombuso wakho Mongameli. The time frame of the 2030 agenda on SDG is incidentally aligned to our own NDP time frame. The NDP aspires to eliminate poverty and reduce inequality by 2030 through uniting South Africans, unleashing the energies of its citizens, creating decent work and promoting investment in competitive economy. That would also mean inclusive of women and young women in the economy, enhancing the capability of the state and its leaders in working together to solve complex problems. In line with our theme, which we are Africa, we are therefore guided by our obligations to the African Union Agenda 2063 and the African Union Heads of State theme for 2016, which we are proud that our own president led this process, which is the year of the human rights, with a particular focus on the rights of women. And the most important aspirations of the African Agenda 2063 are a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development, and an Africa where development is the people-driven, relying particularly on the potential of women and the youth. All of the above for us will be sloganeering if women are not empowered socially and economically. If women are at the periphery of the economic development, then sustainable development will remain a pipe dream. The empowerment of women is not only critical for reducing poverty and underdevelopment, but it's also critical for the reduction of high levels of crime, violence against women and children, and other social ills such as drugs and substance abuse, which are tearing many communities apart. Our approach and strategy to guarantee the attainment and sustenance of economic transformation is the promotion of the full inclusion of women in the economy. Financial inclusion is also one of the major drivers of the economic development in Africa. And as this department, Mr. President, it's one of the areas which will be driving effectively in making sure that women become part of the economy of this country. This year, the President launched a report that assessed women's involvement in the economy, the status of women in South African economy. This report focuses on 5 critical areas: education, access and attendance, outcome and performance, labor market, access to land and property, credit, change in poverty and inequality, and paid work. These 5 focuses areas are aligned to the NDP. The 9-point plan also intends to make sure that all departments are able to align with that. The report also reveals that education arguably underpins much of women's full engagement in the economy. As is the case for men, it is therefore central to the achievement of gender equality. It also provides access to more remunerative areas of the labor markets through improved skill and productivity levels, and have similar impacts for the self-employed, but it also enables women to engage more meaningfully in society and make better informed decisions. And at a broader level, education is seen as a key to promoting economic growth and reducing poverty. Furthermore, without investment in education, the country's ability to harness the demographic dividends, it will be significantly impaired. The report reveals that data on enrollment shows that females account for an increasing proportion at higher levels of education. As a result, by the time they reach post-secondary education, females, as we know, are outnumbering males by a ratio of around 3-2. Despite very few challenges we face, but siyaqhuba ukuba omama nabasimame baphucuzeke ngekwemfundo. Since democratic government in 1994, we took upon ourselves in breaking down barriers of division and create a country where there will be neither white nor black, just South Africa, free and united in diversity and gender not determined by the worth of a person. As we speak today, the Commission of Employment Equity Annual Report indicates the trend of skills development are disappointing at top management level, especially in the private sector. We would like to urge our private sector in South Africa to once more make sure that they partner with government in improving the level of skills of our people, especially women in our country. The report also reveals that the labor market is certainly the key arena in which most individuals regularly engage with the economy. Productive employment provides access to resources via wages and inequalities. The Commission of Employment Annual Report therefore shows that the representation of women in top management is still very low. We need to fast track and move much more faster. It also reflects that South Africa is still stuck in the past, where white males are still at the top of management, but also when you look at the statistics, you may think that they are getting reduced, but they are being recycled by the various sectors in the industry. We need change. We need more women to participate in the economy. Therefore, we want to say, Mr. President, the Equality Act, which we are looking at and intend to make inputs as a department in ensuring that 50-50 becomes a reality in South Africa, we can no longer afford and beg people for what is right, but continuously making women to be lesser human beings in their own countries. The provision of public service is an area of particular success for our government over the past 22 years and has brought enormous benefits to ordinary South Africans. Therefore, we challenge the private sector to be with us in making sure that women play a critical role. We have seen South Africa doing better, where we have more judges today. We have seen an increase on gender representation in the South African National Defence Force, in line with also Security Council Resolution 1325 and the South African Police Service, including our diplomatic appointments. Also, women are making more inroads in the area of mining, in the area of aviation and the Navy, but also we're getting more women pilots within our SAA. Some of them, we are proud that they are flying international bound flights. These are fruits of democracy, but also the struggles of those women who had to make sure that we are beneficiary today. Mr. President, the Municipal Structure Act 117 of 1998, Schedule 1, which talks about the metros and local councils. It talks about representation of 50-50 by various parties. I want to appeal to all parties here in Parliament, as we move towards the local government elections, they must make sure that the distribution of women in terms of 50-50 becomes a reality. As we are sitting here today, we can see that it's only the ANC which has ensured that there's 50-50 representation within their own leaders. On my left, we can't have one woman leader. We have many women leaders in the ANC. As I speak here today, I am one of those women leaders. We don't create Barbie dolls. We don't create honorary one woman and think that that's the leader. We create real leaders who are nurtured and groomed, but who are also not interviewed for the sake of a post. We are nurtured, we are groomed within the African National Congress. That's why there's so many of us on this side of the house, because there are more women who are being groomed. We don't go for application looking for a job, say, no, no. It's our capability. That is why we have our speaker, who is a woman. We have more and many more women. Siyaqhuba African National Congress. Siyaphinda sithi njengoba siya okhethweni labo masipala. Singumkhongolo esizokwenza thina omama ngoba siyabona ukuthi babalekile empilweni zethu nokwakha isizwe sethu. Bonke omama u50-50 uzaba yiqiniso. Futhi akekho umuntu ozosinyanzelela. Asifuni nokuthi sithi bazawu apply banekhono njengawo wonke umuntu la eNingizimu Afrika. Manje asilime ziyetsheni sibona abanye ukuthi ngempela bayakholelwa na kubantu besifazane noma bafuna nje ukuthi bayenze iziphambano ukuze bona baqhubekele phambili abantu besilisa. This democratic government has a vision of South Africa in which where all of us are equal, where South Africa believes in non-racial, non-sexist country. Those are the policies of the ANC. Our late President Oliver Tambo, who spoke at Georgetown University on January 27, in 1987, he said the people of South Africa must use the power to derive from the discovery of the truth, which was about racism in South Africa, to help us to remake our part of the world into a corner of the globe on which all humanity can be proud of. We in the ANC are very proud because indeed, siyaqhuba. Together we are moving South Africa, and the African National Congress doesn't change. It continues to advance the interest of the South Africans, especially the poor. Mongameli, nawe sekela lika Mongameli, siyabonga siwumnyango wabomama ukuba nisisekele ngaso sonke isikhathi. Ngibonge uzakwethu uMinister uJeff Radebe ngaphansi kwenkokheli yethu uDG uLubisi, bonke abasebenzela ihhovisi lika Mongameli naye uDeputy Minister uManamela. Ngiyabonga ukuba sibambisane sixhasane kuthi konke umsebenzi esiwenzayo wokuqhubekisa iNingizimu Afrika ukwazi ukwakha ikusasa elingcono nokuba ikusasa labantwana bethu libe ngcono lingafi phansi. Okugcina Mongameli, abanye bethu babengayibonda kudala namhlanje sebehleli kule parliament.
Re tswela pele re bitsa motlhomphegi moruti Mishwe.
Thank you, House Chairperson. As we consider the President's substantial budget today. Calls for President Jacob Zuma to step down have come from many quarters. The ACDP fails to understand why he still refuses to heed wise counsel from people who are concerned about the future of this country. It was recently reported that former Constitutional Court Judge Zak Yaqub and ANC party stalwarts, Mavuso Nsimang, Cheryl Carolus, and Rodi Castras, joined a coalition of non-governmental organizations, including 34 trade unions, and committed to embark on a plan of action to force the ANC to heed their call for President Zuma's removal after the impeachment motion failed. Judge Yaqub is reported to have said that it was painful to listen to the defense of President Zuma in Parliament, adding that the president should not shoulder the blame on his own, but the ANC's entire National Executive Committee should do so too. Before the ACDP will support this budget vote, President Zuma must first prove that he takes the commitment to ethical and accountable governance seriously. To refuse to do so and to do what we believe is best for this country, which is for him to step down, might lead to serious consequences, such as the fulfillment of the deeply concerning EFF threats. The ACDP advises the President and the ANC to look to the example of leaders who have taken responsibility for their blunders or who chose to listen to the voice of their electorate and step down pending further investigation. Last year, South Korea's Prime Minister Lee Won-koo resigned over bribery allegations, even though he denied them. He understood that the allegations, though not yet proven, seriously undermine both his party and government's credibility. In a similar move, Iceland's Prime Minister recently stepped aside for an unspecified amount of time over the Panama Papers leak. The ACDP believes that if the president is truly serious about restoring the trust of the people and the credibility of this government and the nation, he himself should insist on stepping down for a time to ensure that the persistent claims of corruption are dealt with and the cloud of doubt and accusations are removed. Rather than appeal the judgment of the North Gauteng High Court on Friday, 29 April, which found that the decision to withdraw some 783 charges of corruption against the president by former NPA head, Mr. Mche, in 2009 was irrational, the president should welcome it, as it will give him the opportunity to have his day in court, just as he requested, and to have each of these challenges tested, or charges tested. Our nation is crying out for good, strong, ethical leadership to deal with the many challenges we are facing. We believe that President Zuma has disqualified himself and has been weighed in the scales and found wanting. It is for this reason that the ACDP will not support this budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kabasha.
House Chairperson, His Excellency the President, the Deputy President, honorable members of this House, and fellow South Africans, siyanibingelela. Uhulumeni wethu unomsebenzi wokuqhubeka nokwakha isizwe esilinganayo lapho singezobonwa ngamehlo obuhlanga, obulili, izinga lempilo eliphambili, noma inhlobo yokholo. This entails building people's capabilities through access to quality education, healthcare, and basic services, as well as enable access to employment and transforming ownership patterns of the economy. We therefore need to strengthen the redress measures that seek to correct imbalances of the past. In 2030, so provides the NDP, South Africans will be more conscious of the things they have in common than their differences. Their lived experiences will progressively undermine and cut across divisions of race, gender, space, and class. The nation will be more accepting of people's multiple identities. Uhlelo lwemfundo ephakeme oluhlose ukuletha imfundo ezingeni eliphezulu nokuletha amathuba kubantu abasha nabadala abafuna ushintsho emsebenzini nokuzithuthukisa kumakhono. Abantu abashiya ezikoleni ngaphambi kokuqeda ezingeni le-secondary education, abanye abangasebenzi kodwa bafuna ukuqala imisebenzi sebenamakhono abawafundele. Angabasiza ekuletheni imisebenzi. Ithemba labo likuhulumeni oholwa yi-ANC. Yingakho i-ANC ithi mabazisebenzise zonke izikhungo ezenzelwe lolu sizo baqeqeshwe kanti futhi sibiza nabaqashi kulabo abasemsebenzini abasafisa ukuzithuthukisa futhi ngokwedlulele ukuze baqhube kahle umsebenzi wabo banyuse nomnotho wezwe lakithi. We should acknowledge the challenge we face as a country, which is that South African universities are still characterized by historical inequalities and distortions. The university sector remains under considerable strain. Enrollment have almost doubled in 18 years, leading to, amongst others, inadequate decent student accommodation, cracking university infrastructure, and equipment shortages. The problem of graduate unemployment in the face of skills shortages is an indication of, amongst others, that universities produce graduates who do not meet the needs of the industry and the society. This needs to be revisited by universities involving the private sector. The Freedom Charter provides that higher education and technical training shall be open to all by means of state allowances and scholarship awarded on the basis of merit. Our government continues to ensure that poor students who perform well at school are able to access higher education. However, as recent student protests have indicated, the NSFAS grant does not cover all students whose parents are unable to pay their fees for them. It is in this spirit that we welcome all radical interventions that the President of this country has effected in the higher education sector. We look forward to the findings and recommendations of the commission set up to investigate the possibility of free education for the poor in higher education institutions. In the recent period, it became clear that some universities continue with policies which unfairly discriminated against some students on the basis of race and culture. It has been clear that some criteria employed in ensuring access to campuses and access to curriculum had been calculated to advantage a particular race. In the same vein, some universities were found wanting regarding the handing of financial resources. However, when the government intervened in some of the issues that had triggered national dissatisfaction, some universities asserted that they enjoyed institutional autonomy and therefore any unsolicited government intervention would amount to interference and by extension it will be unlawful. Basho kanje kodwa uma sekonakele babheka uminister ukuthi abatakuli bangabe besasho ukuthi uyaqhambukela. Nalapho sekunguye othukwayo bangabe besasho ukuthi cha kunjenje ithina. Indeed, more should be done to strengthen government intervention as institutional autonomy should at no stage serve as a cover over non-compliance with government policies. South Africa is a unitary and sovereign state based on democracy, the rule of law, the pursuit of equal human rights, non-racial, non-sexism, and the equality of all persons. It is therefore our responsibility to continue to mobilize society to build a caring people that is proud of its heritage. Based on shared values of, amongst others, Ubuntu, redress and transformation, and social solidarity. Enye inkinga esibhekana nayo njengesizwe kwizinsalela zobandlululo inhlupheko poverty. Ngakho-ke ukususa inhlupheko enye yezinto ezibekwe eqophelweni eliphezulu yilo hulumeni we-ANC. Ukusiphula indlala nenhlupheko enye yezindlela zokushintsha izimpilo zabantu. I-ANC yenza amaqhinga okwenza ushintsho futhi inikeza abantu izindlela zokuzikhipha ekuhluphekeni ngokwenza labo abangenalutho nabo bathole ukusizakala ngezibonelelo zikahulumeni wona lo hulumeni oholwa yi-ANC. There is a general agreement that Social Protection Act acts as an economic stabilizer that seeks to help people not to fall into deeper poverty and reduce vulnerability to natural disasters, crop failure, accident and illness, and that it increases consumption patterns of the poor, promoting local economic development and enable poor people to access economic and social opportunities. People with disabilities, those who are elderly and children, are at a great risk and more vulnerable. They require measures which include removing obstacles to accessing social protection and measures to provide assistance. These groups bear the brunt of poverty and inequality. Special attention is also needed to be given to the needs of women due to their socioeconomic and cultural status and the higher concentration of poverty amongst them. There are many people who face different forms of vulnerability and are at risk of falling into poverty as a result of insufficient wages, unemployment, sickness, and other conditions that may threaten their livelihood and dignity, such as food security, economic, and other environmental factors. Therefore, social protection measures should be extended to cover these risks. Young people constitute 37% of our country's population. This presents a powerful resource for the country, provided the youth are supported and able to become active members of the society. Measures undertaken by government, such as investment in infrastructure, have boosted youth employment in the construction industry. The extended public works program has increased the intake and participation of young people. The recently launched employment tax intensives should encourage the private sector to employment of new entrants to the labor market. The Industrial Development Corporation and Small Enterprise Finance Agency have committed a combined $2.7 billion to finance youth-owned enterprises. The NYDA has also supported a range of youth-owned enterprises and cooperatives. Many youth-owned enterprises have benefited from procurement and enterprise development programs of the state and the private sector. Siyaqhuba. Youth brigades, in conjunction with the National Youth Service, should engage at least 1 million young people by the end of next year, as provided in the new growth path. Programs to support young entrepreneurs should focus on enterprise education and training, mentoring and incubation funding, funding and finance, access to market and affordable, well-located premises to conduct businesses. Ngokocwaningo lwemibiko yesimo somhlaba, ngophuzo oludakayo, kanye nesimo sempilo, izindlela eziyingozi nezingezinhle zokusetshenziswa kophuzo oludakayo ziyinkinga enkulu futhi zinomthelela omkhulu ekufeni kwabantu. Ukugula nokulimala, ukuphuza ngokweqile kulimaza ophuzayo futhi kuphazamisa indlela aphila ngayo. Kwenze ahlale esephilela lona uphuzo phela. Lapho ke kulimala isibindi, kudala necancer isifo somdlavunza, ludala nezingozi emgaqweni. Le ndlela yokuphuzo yenza lokhu kudlulele nakulabo abasondelene nomuntu ophuza ngokweqile ngezenzo eziyingozi angazenza njengokushayela kuphuziwe, ukuba nodlame nokuhlukumezeka kwabantwana, ngisho nalabo abasuke besathelwe ngomama eziswini, bagcine bengakhuli kahle ngendlela elindelekile ngaphambi kokuzalwa. The harmful use of alcohol is one of the worst leading health risks. It is a causal factor in more than 60 major types of diseases and injuries. Policy should be strengthened to curb the hazardous and harmful use of alcohol by, amongst others, increasing the criminal and administrative liability of individual institutions such as bars, clubs, restaurants, taverns, and ship-ins that sell liquor when they sell alcohol to underage drinkers. As much as measures should be taken against who harmfully use liquor, more work should be to enforce the law against those who sell and use illicit substances. We acknowledge the work that the President has done in raising awareness against drugs in communities like El Dorado Park in Johannesburg. Drugs tend to destroy the moral fiber of communities and tend to affect the most active members of our communities. It is therefore imperative that the war against drug abuse be intensified and be rolled out all over the country. Children who are still at school should be educated about the dangers of drugs addiction, and more work should be done to rid our streets from these accessible yet extremely destructive drugs like tick, nyawupe, wunga, and the new one, the so-called Mercedes. A collective national effort is needed to effect the changes required to transform the experience of people with disabilities by removing discrimination embedded in legislation, planning, budgeting, and service delivery. We need to acknowledge that not all persons with disabilities are alike, and that the personal circumstances, gender, age, sexual orientation, cultural backgrounds, as well as strategic reasonable accommodation and support needs linked to impairment require different responses with a human rights-oriented framework. It is imperative that the person with disabilities be accorded and enjoy their full political, human, social, and economic rights on par with all people in South Africa. The rights of all people with disability to live and work in safe and accessible environments, free from discrimination, harassment, and persecution should be upheld, and all persons with disability must access resources and redress in instances where their rights are violated. In the same vein, all public and private transportation should be designed for universal access. Sikusho lokhu sazi ukuthi kukhona osekenziwe, kodwa sigqugquzela ukuthi kwenziwe kuqhubekele phambili ukuze kusizakale nalabo abangakalutholi usizo. Siyaqhubha siwuhulumeni we-ANC, yingakho sisupporta le vote yehhovisi le-Presidency i-vote 1 budget as an ANC ezoqhuba yonke le misebenzi esikhulume ngayo. Having said that, House Chairperson, ngiyafuna Chairperson ukuthi ke ngichazele ngalama minithana asele umongameli ukuthi iyini le drug esanda kubulala izingane zakwaMashu okuhlanganisa ingane yesikole manje kuqala uApril, lapho khona abantwana ngokuvalwa kwekota yonyaka yesikole bathi bayahamba bayojabulisa ukuthi bafunde ikota bavala yonyaka, baphume esikoleni baye emakhaya boshintsha bagibela izimoto bashone kwamalokishana njengomlazi nomashu beqhamuke ezikoleni ezahlukahlukene bese befika lapha banikezwe iMercedes okuthiwa yiphilisi elikwenza ukuthi badanse kuze kuse bajuxuze bangalali kwenzeka ingozi ke mongameli abantwana abaningi bagula khona lapho phose eyintathakusa zangomgqibelo ngo2 ekseni baphuthiswe esibhedlela kodwa oyedwa akabananga nayo inhlanhla yokuphila ongwakakhe kwamasho ofunda eZF Dlomo Secondary School kakhe kwamasho lapho ngizalwa khona ngakwazi ukuya emgcwabeni masifika emgcwabeni bafika abantu abakhele umuzwa kwamashu bakhala bathi lama drugs ala elokishini bakhala ngamaphoyisa ethu ukuthi enzani ngaloko baphinde bakhala nokuthi nabokufika bayingxenye yokuletha lezi dakamizwa kodwa bona bazidli ngithike kubantu bakithi noma ngabe umuntu uqhamuka kuliphi izwe uma ehlala eSouth Africa noma engwase South Africa akavunyelwe ukugxisha abantwana bethu isidakamizwa abantu bakithi abasebenzise ukufonela amaphoyisa futhi bathinta ama-social workers ukuze sonke ngokubambisana nomphakathi silwe naleli sihlava nabantu ababulala intsha yethu ukuze sibe nesizwe esiphilayo ngoba ngeke size siphile uma intsha yethu iqedwe isidakamizwa nginethemba ke mongameli ukuthi ongqongqoshe becabinet yakho wenza amaphoyisa nezokuthuthukiswa komphakathi bazolandela lolu daba babophe izigilamkhuba basizo umphakathi ukuba uphume kulama social ills siyabonga siyaqhubha njengo-ANC vote ANC on August local government election ngiyabonga sihlalo kwalendlu
Sithokoze. Honorable members, thank you. Honorable members, earlier on when we had Honorable Mutau on the podium, there was an issue raised on zombies and fools and all that. We have been trying to get the video clip, the sound clip. Unfortunately, it is not very clear and the Hansard is not ready yet. So we want to apologize, but the ruling will stand and it will be made. Thank you. Honorable Steenhuisen.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and a great privilege to be part of this debate. Thank you for the warm and generous welcome from the ANC benches, as usual. 31st of March of this year was certainly a red letter day for President Zuma. In his landmark judgment, the Chief Justice spoke about the fact that, and I'm quoting here to be careful, constitutionalism, accountability, and the rule of law constitute the sharp and mighty sword that stands to chop the ugly head of impunity off its stiffened neck, and boy did they chop. What they essentially confirmed is that we have a president who has done everything he can to undermine South Africa. He's undermined this parliament. Mr. Zuma meant what he said when he told the nation that, I quote, the ANC comes first. That's why he felt nothing to put Latuli House before this house. He has treated this house with complete contempt. He sought to undermine and mislead it at every turn, from fictitious bonds to statements that no public money were used on his private house. And when this house did its best to hold him to account, the most presidential response that he could muster was a silly jig about Nkandla. That is the ugly head of impunity. He undermined the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Mr. Zuma meant what he said when he told the nation, and I quote, that the ANC comes first, unquote. That's why he felt nothing to put his party constitution ahead of this constitution. That's why the Constitutional confirmed what this nation already knew, that Mr. Zuma violated the Constitution with his illegal conduct and inconsistency with his constitutional obligations. That is the ugly head of impunity. He undermined the judiciary. Mr. Zuma meant what he said when, I quote, the ANC comes first, unquote. That's why he said felt nothing about saying he wants his day in court, but has spent the last 7 years worming his way out of having to have it. That's also why he spoke out of the left side of his mouth, saying that he respects the findings of the court, yet barely a fortnight later, telling traditional leaders to, quote, not to trust the courts. That is the ugly head of impunity. He undermined the public protector. Mr. Zuma meant what he said when he told the nation that the ANC comes first, unquote. That's why he felt nothing by violating the Constitution and his oath of office by his sneaky substitution of the findings of the public protector with the findings of a police minister, a man who owes his very existence and livelihood to the president's will. That poor minister in Schleko's credibility and career lie in tatters, probably why he's not here today, after he was shoved out to defend the indefensible. Let me tell you, I would also have been sweating up a storm if I had to conduct the farcical fire pool dance. He and Ministers Deutsch, Mshlangu and Kabinda, and Messi have all learned the hard way that there is no bridge that this president won't double cross to protect himself. That is the ugly head of impunity. And so we saw today parliamentary protocol being violated again. Usually the Mbongi comes in and speaks before the president. Today the chief whip spoke after the president. Nonetheless, I think it's an absolute disgrace, colleagues, a disgrace, that this ANC can come here and tell us about their fight against ARV and try and claim credit, while this same ANC sat on its hands during the Mbeki presidency and watched 300,000 of our citizens die an unnecessary death because you didn't have the guts to take on the president. What has changed? Nothing has changed. You said the president's apologized. He has not apologized. Not once. He's not offered South Africa an explanation. And of course, the greatest bunch of hypocrites that this parliament's ever seen. They come here and bemoan racists and people who talk about violence. Yet their MP Bongani Mkongi, who wanted to burn a building with citizens in it to the ground, burn them alive, still sits on the ANC benches. And then we had the Honourable Mantashe. Well, boy, that was a direct transmission from the outside edge of Planet Zuma. I'm not surprised she's so excited about the SKA telescope. She'll be able to get a better view of Planet Zuma. But perhaps let's just bring her to earth a little bit. Let's bring her to earth a little bit with some of the facts. 1, foreign direct investment, down 74% in the last year alone. 2, business confidence at the lowest point since 2009. Point 3, we've dropped 42 spaces in the World Bank's competitiveness report since this president and Minister Davies took office. Hardly a record to be proud of. Then we had the Honourable Mashabane. Well, I see the chief whip of the ANC's found a novel way of keeping her awake at sittings. He gets her to speak. Only problem is she put nearly all of us back to sleep again, including the president, who we saw nodding off during it. And she quoted very liberally from our former President Mandela, but she didn't talk about the important quote that he made that directly related to her portfolio, and I quote, "Our belief that human rights should be the core pillar of international relations," unquote. Well, let me just tell you, there isn't a bloodthirsty, undemocratic despot that her department hasn't met and fallen in love with. Robert Mugabe, al-Bashir, King Mswati. I notice the minister's not in the house, probably off dining with one of those despots this evening on the taxpayer dollar. And then, of course, we have to deal with the wannabe. Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, our deputy president, spoke about Africa Day, and he quoted Kwame Nkrumah quite extensively. Well, very convenient to quote these people. Well, he forgets that the same Mr. Nkrumah proposed a constitutional amendment to make the CPP his only party, the only legal party in his country, and himself president for life. Perhaps he has some great designs if he ever gets the presidency. And I must say, credit where it's due, Mr. Deputy President, you spoke 11 languages today. Hats off to you, sir. The bad news is that unsubstantiated fluff is unsubstantiated fluff no matter what language that you speak it in. And so we have the Gucci Marxist here quoting Kwame Nkrumah, all the while wearing his Gucci suit and cruising around in a 7-series sedan. Hate to tell you, not locally manufactured. I saw your speech the other day. Sorry about that. And so now he comes to the House and says, we must retain the dignity of our workers. I wonder if the dignity of the workers was in his thoughts when he sent an email to his fellow lawnmen fat cats, when he said, and I quote, they are plainly dastardly criminal and must be characterized as such. There needs to be concomitant action. Well, we know what that concomitant action was. He also advised the Honourable Shabangu, who spoke today, that her silence and inaction were bad for her and bad for her government. We've got the emails, Honourable Shabangu, you can't deny it. He spoke about the People's Parliament. He can't even get his ministers here. But the poor man keeps accepting the poison chalices that Frank Underwood keeps passing him across the benches. And I feel sorry for him, because let me tell you, it must be very embarrassing when your previous boss, Ronald MacDonald, has more credibility than your current boss. He's exchanged the golden arches for poorly attended marches. But you see, he thought becoming president of the ANC and becoming president of the country was going to be easy as 1, 2, 3. You forgot the most important ABC, and that's the word that's going on your backbenches, anybody but Cyril. You've had 2 opportunities to take control of this country and re-steer it where it needs to go, Mr. Deputy President. You've bottled both of them. You're fast becoming yesterday's man. And so now we obviously turn to the fact of the ANC. And what a simpering bunch you've become. You know President Mbeki was right to sack this man, yet you don't have the guts to do the same thing, despite his constitutional violations. That's why you all look so dejected, like you've lost the election already. And so you go lurching from one crisis to the next all over the road. And so you said, what you don't realize is the people have seen through you, Honourable Shabangu. They've seen right through you. That's why you can't fill a stadium. Hell, you even struggle to fill school halls these days. All you do is lose in court. And that is why the opposition is filling stadiums. That is why the opposition is growing in Nelson Mandela Bay, Joburg and Tshwane. And that's why the people you've turned your back on are turning to the opposition. On the 3rd of August, the voters of South Africa will have the opportunity to chop the ugly head of impunity, and
Honourable
chop
member,
they will.
time is up. Honourable Deputy Minister Manamela. Order. Order, honourable members. Can you please take your seats, Honourable Deputy Minister?
Thank you, House Chairperson, President of the Republic, Deputy President, Ministers, Deputy Ministers.
Order, honourable members. There's a speaker on the podium.
Honourable members, I think what the Honourable Steenhuisen has just showed is 2 things. Firstly, that economic speak is not for everyone. Because in his attempt to show that the currency has been depreciating over time, is not considerate of the fact that there is a huge global economic crisis which had an impact on various currencies of the economy. But secondly, you have also showed that your opposition to the sitting president has got nothing to do with whatever the president does, but have everything to do with the fact that he's the president of the ANC and of the Republic. Your attack of Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa just now illustrated that whomever the ANC nominates as the president of the Republic, you will day in and day out attack that person. So it actually exposes your opportunism. It actually exposes the fact that all you do is just to oppose, oppose, and oppose. I hope the Honorable Grunewald was here in the House so that I was going to ask him one simple question, because he spoke about how many houses could have been built with Nkandla money. And I was going to ask him a simple, fair question as to how much land does he and his friend own, and how many houses can be built for people in the informal settlement from that land. I could have asked him as to how many black farmers he could have empowered if he could give that land for free for government, if his is about progress and unity of this republic. There is 4 billion rand plane which we do not know where it is, except in the imagination of the Democratic Alliance. It is this president who declined increases in his salary on several occasions. It is this president who had said no to imposed wage increases for members of parliament and the executive. It is this president who has imposed austerity measures through the different ministers of finance, and to suggest that in the imagination, grand expansive imagination of the DA, to spread all of these lies that there's a 4 billion rand jet is actually dismissible with the impunity that it deserves, because there is no such a thing. I firstly want to, House Chair, congratulate.
Order. Honorable Manamela, can you take your seat? What is the point of order, Honorable Member?
Will you take a question on that lie?
Order. Honorable Manamela, will you take a question?
There's a tender that's
No,
been issued.
he's not taking a question. Can you please take your seat?
I want to take a question. I firstly, House Chair, would like to congratulate the EFF in their absentia for having filled Orlando Stadium, but obviously having to fail to fill the chambers of parliament. There's an old saying that it is easier to be in the opposition than it is to govern. Governing imposes the complexities of changing the lives of our people, whilst all the opposition has to shout it is wrong, it is unworkable, it betrays the electorate, it is hopes and dreams without plans and vision. That's all we've had consistently. When our parliament is called upon to provide collective leadership and think rationally on how we deal with natural disasters such as the most severe drought facing us in years, the carnage of road accidents such as the one that claimed 7 lives of students from the University of the Witwatersrand, externalities such as the 2008 global economic crisis that have imposed unemployment and stagnated economic growth, increased food, electricity, transport and rental prices that millions of workers and the poor face on a daily basis in the face of price fixing and pursuit of maximum profits. These are the challenges which, when we are all required to act, the opposition finds itself wanting, and that they can churn out their electoral propaganda and also set in motion their tweet factories, develop slogans and hashtags that offer no alternative hope to the people of our country except to hype up the trends in social media. As you design marketing campaigns to influence voters and seek to rubbish the progress that we made over the last 22 years, I must tell you, we spent sleepless nights digging deep from our brain drain trust to design possible solutions that will grow our economy, increase jobs, and also reduce inequality. As you fail to persuade the Twitterati, as we've seen on Freedom Day, to bring themselves out for a mother of all matches. It became not even a daughter of all matches, to peacefully or otherwise remove the President of the Republic. We built houses, we open new schools, we welcome new factories, we tar new roads, we build train coaches, we ordain metro bus services, we induct new university and FET graduates, we open new power stations, we give people hope as we give them water and electricity and provide a package of hope and fulfill dreams of young men and women who represent the future of this country. The 20 years of freedom we just celebrated a couple of days ago and commemorated was not one, of course, full of only successes, but also represented challenges. Those challenges, pockets of challenges which we are aware of, are confronted by our government. We are confronted with these challenges on this side of the house, not because of lack of trying, but in the course of governance. You wouldn't know because you're not governing. But in the course of governance, whilst you have nothing to show except for reproducing our election manifesto of the ANC and presenting it with different accents as though it is yours, that's all you can do. What we will never do,
what we will never do is to lie to the people that it will be easy and to mask the truth about the weaknesses as though it is all but paradise, or to promise them that we can double their pensions, as some political party have said, when we know that the national fiscus is under pressure, or that we'll fight corruption when some within our ranks, as we will show later on, are accused of corruption themselves and self-enrichment, or that we'll fix potholes when we only know that it is only the potholes in Clifton and not in Guguletu, Khayelitsha, or the Cape Flats. 22 years may not be enough to change the ugly legacy of apartheid, but 22 years is good enough for us, having taught or learned lessons of the harsh lessons of governance, improved service delivery, but also more importantly, rationality. We do not have the leisure, we do not have that pleasure of telling our people things which will never and can never happen. We tell them these are the realities which we've confronted for 22 years, and this is how we will make it in the next 22 years. Maybe the leader of the opposition is right. Maybe the leader of the opposition is right. Well, left also. That we need change, and we need change urgently. The change we need at the next elections is the change of the opposition who have dismally failed to put the needs, interests, and aspirations of the people first, and are here merely to raise disruptive procedural points and yawn empty populist rhetoric. So, yes, South Africa, join us on the 3rd of August as we shout through the power of the ballot, yes, we need change, and that change must be on this side of the house. We need a new opposition. If the leader of the opposition dismally fails to submit coherent arguments to the House and to the country on why this budget vote one should be rejected, or why the people should agree with him on why President Jacob Zuma should vacate office, perhaps you should agree with him. Yes, we need change, and change of the opposition. All that we have from the leader of the opposition is insult. The other day in the Constitutional Court, he says, Futsek, President Zuma, Futsek. Futsek. You know, and then today he went on arguments like you are a thief, you are a looter, and all of that. It is because there are no substantive arguments that the opposition can present, and all that they can do is to become a churning out of an insult machine. In fact, under the leadership of Musi Maimane, the Honorable Musi Maimane, what we have witnessed is the degeneration of the DA. Instead of opposing the ANC, they want to compete with the EFF in a downward slope of weak oppositionism that is only interested in replacing the EFF as a swearing machine. No wonder. Azone Kube and his friends who attended the DA manifesto rally and interviewed by Karen du Plessis of the Mail and Guardian said, we want a good leader who will change our environment. And when they asked, so who's that leader? They said, we love Helen Zille. Not Musi Maimane, whom they did not know from a bar of soap, or Lindiwe Mazibuko, who has been reduced from writing letters from afar. They just love Helen Zille. This is the same as those in your benches who share Facebook postings wishing that Hendrik Verwoerd perhaps was actually much better than a democratically elected ANC government. Being number 2 in parliament, this is what happens. Being number 2 in parliament is for the DA reducing itself to fighting with number 3. And that's why maybe the Honorable Julius Malema is right, that there is no other opposition for them except the ANC, because all that the opposition does is to mimic what the EFF does. And therefore, there can't be any other opposition competing with themselves on a downward spiral of reducing this parliament into a non-entity. You saw what they did when the EFF left. They saw it as an opportunity for them to shine and to reduce this parliament into a non-entity and to become the EFF that has left this house. In 2013, government, together with social partners, adopted the Youth Employment Accord. And out of this, and this is to dismiss the lies, you know, the DA elections manifesto, the The leader of the DA spoke about the fact that he wants jobs. And one of the people who participated, they said they want to hear him speak about jobs. But he said nothing about jobs. All that we had is Zuma this, ANC that, government wrong, corruption this and that and all of that. But the ANC in action, the ANC delivering through the Youth Employment Accord has produced 433,000 new jobs into the employment market. Youth employment has increased in 8 provinces, with Gauteng, Limpopo, and the Western Cape and Northwest in that order leading. 144,000 young people in learnerships, 32,000 artisans having completed their training, labor centers employing 546 youth. The city of Tshwane with its TEPO youth employment having provided 10,615 youth with internship training and technical support through Youth Cooperative. The NYDA, 2,421 youth enterprises supported and more than 11,000 jobs created, and also more than 2 million young people interacted with the NYDA. Asmanga, siyaqhuba. Oh, by the way, and once more, I want to take the opportunity in absentia to congratulate the EFF for having filled Orlando Stadium on their manifesto rally. The DA and those in the media, and as the ANC and NEC members, Zizi Kodwa refers to them as the philosophers of stadiumology or stadiumology, joined a fanfare declaring the ANC manifesto rally a failure because there were visible empty seats and we did not achieve the 110,000 people we expected. We admit, we have been doing a lot of self-criticism and assessment. We're now aware that even with the changes that the current Mayor Danny Jordaan have brought about, the people are still disaffected. But I tell you now that we are going to deploy every cent that we can garner, every volunteer at our disposal to go door to door, street by street, every church, every funeral, every shebeen, every township to ensure that Nelson Mandela Metro remains within the governance of the ANC. But yet, speaking of numbers and stadiums, and once more, and congratulating the EFF for having filled again Orlando Stadium, we have to say this. The DA announced with much fanfare that they will be filling the Rand Stadium 30,000 capacity. So they said they will fill it with 20,000 people.
Order. Honorable Manamela, can you take your seat? Remember what's the point of order?
On his growing list of inaccuracies.
What is the point of order?
On his growing list of inaccuracies, will he take a question now?
Honorable Manamela, no, he's not taking a question.
No, I will not take a question. But I tell you now that the DA said so they will fill up Brand Stadium, whose capacity is 30,000, with 20,000 people. And it didn't make sense to me. I said, oh, okay, maybe let's see how this happens. And the leader of the DA said, look, we have the most historic event of the DA, the biggest ever in our history, when they filled up 30,000 stadium with 20. Maybe that's historic because that can only come from magic. But I didn't know, because when people didn't come to fill up the seats, when the reality struck, I thought truly that Suburbia does not yield to his appetizing rhetoric of showing force to the ANC, and they would rather sip umbrella drinks in Melrose Arc. And they're not prepared to be wasting sunscreen listening to Musi Maiman. So they started doing something. They started taking out this blue sheets to cover the empty seats. So I've got gifts for you. You can give it to Honorable Maimani, because after the local government elections, August 3, when the ANC would have taken over many of the municipalities that you're in charge of, you will need these sheets to cover those empty seats as a way of filling in in your government. But I think on a more serious note, the DA and its leader claims that they govern 8 out of the 10 best performing municipalities, and that claim is right. No, you're right. You lead 8 of the 10 best for performing, or 9 now, yes, of course. Now, Empowerdex at Municipality IQ shows, which have been tracking municipality performance over the last 10, 15 years, they show that, for instance, those municipalities on the top 10 or top 20 have been there since 1994. If you look at Overstrand, Stellenbosch, Saldanha Bay, Mossel Bay, Knysna, Bitou, all of those, they've always been on the top 10. If you look at the metros, over the years, it has either been Cape Town #1 or Johannesburg #1, Cape Town #2. But what the DA doesn't tell you, because it's in their interest, is that all this time, even under ANC governance, all these municipalities have been on the top 10, and it is not because of any magic. It is not because of any special skills. It is precisely because these municipalities had a better and fair advantage than any other municipalities.
Order.
They've got the ratepayers who pay rents and contribute to those municipalities. They've always had, under apartheid, special treatment. They had better roads. They had better water and electricity supplies. So you can't tell us that you delivered something which Hendrik Verwoerd that you wish for had actually delivered before. So you are not cleverer by twisting the statistics as in order to prove that you can better deliver. In fact, the first clean audit in the city of Cape Town, the DA won't tell you, was in 2003 under the ANC government. They won't tell you because they know that it is giving credit. It is giving credit to a government whom they had condemned to failure. It is a government whom they have declared to the majority of our people that is unfair. And one of those people is Maria Siroka and Hendrik Mbata of Gauteng, who were at the rally. And they were also interviewed by the Mail and Guardian. They say, look, we love the DA because wherever the DA rules, there's no corruption. But they don't know that just in May, this month, the DA was instructed by the court to reverse the tender to clean the beach because officials in the city of Cape Town interfered with that tender. Corruption, maybe? Well, we don't know. But they also don't know that a couple of years ago, a company that ran the DA's elections campaign that produces big posters and manufactures tweets and all of that is the same company that the Western Cape government had given the communications tender. But Mbata doesn't know that. And he also doesn't know that, there is the Hans Lascaris case. 113 million rands, which could have changed the lives of the people in Kailicha, Michel's Plain, and Gugule to DA corruption. So Mr. Mbata will not know this because consistently the lie is being spread that the DA, wherever it rules, it actually changes the lives of our people. We want to say to you, tell no lies, claim no easy victories, do not mask the witnesses, do not tell our people. And I can go on and on about how we have changed people's lives in terms of housing and sanitation. And the cleverness of statistics combined with slew politicians is they say that in the Eastern Cape, 10% of the population does not have access to housing and sanitation. That's a clever statement. It shows that the ANC has failed to deliver. But they forget to say that in 1994, only 30% of the people of the Eastern Cape had access to sanitation and housing. And today, that number is at 90%. So they twist statistics in order to feed to their own electoral needs and interests. Honorable Member, and I want you to remember this, Harold Wilson said of Tony Benn that Tony Benn is the only man who immatures with age. And such is the person I'm going to talk about. In a recent interview with Al Jazeera, one of the Member of Parliament, Honorable Julius Malema, spoke about how he would, I don't know with who, maybe with Honorable Philip Mhlongo, overthrew the government through the use of the barrel of the gun. Now, and I'm aware that the ANC has opened a case of sedition, hate speech, and treason, and all of that. But however, we need to remind ourselves that this is a constitutional democracy, where matters within which the opposition parties have, and they've even approached the Constitutional Court to complain about those issues. South Africa has witnessed far too much violence and segregation, and many people died because of the resort to violence as a means to advance political agendas. The ANC in 1961 did not take the decision to take up arms very easily. And it was against a government that was declared practicing an ideology which was a crime against humanity. It is not a decision which Nelson Mandela went in front of cameras abroad, camera clicked, lights, what do you want? And then he said war. It was a hard-thought decision. Chris Hani, one of the people who participated in the first armed action that in the Wanke and Sipolopolo campaign that sought to penetrate South Africa through Rhodesia, spoke about the pain of losing his own comrades. A decision to declare war against an elected government cannot be taken lightly. A country, especially as young people, we must declare that our parents lost their lives, were imprisoned and exiled for many years so that we enjoy the freedom of resolving conflict through constitutional means. And there are so many constitutional transgressions that the war-talking and war-mongering EFF have actually breached. But there's this one. Section 202(1) declares the president as the head of the national executive and as the commander-in-chief of the defense force, and must appoint the military command of the defense force. There is no mention of red beret. There's no mention of red overall, aspirant peacetime heroes, comic book-inspired paper tigers, pretenders to the throne, warmongers, hoodlums masked as representatives of the people who have never even faced live ammunition. It is only the president. If you want to be the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, go and contest elections, win elections, be elected here in parliament, and then we will know that you are a real commander-in-chief. In fact, Honorable Chair, I was going to give this gift to Honorable Malema because it's a water gun. So if he can operate this, then we will know that he can actually overthrow the branch of the ANC in Seshego Zone 1. Other than that, I don't really take his threats very seriously.
Order, Honorable
Boma
Deputy
Pimpani,
Minister.
Boma Khukhurwani, Boma Bina Usulwa,
time is up.
Ipumla Mamina. People who have never seen war will never ever threaten us. We're ready to defend the sovereignty and democracy that many dies for us to live in peace and tranquility. Thank you.
Thank you. Order. Order, honorable members. This brings us to the end of today's session. Thank you very much. House adjourns.